I'll change it to not private. Now I have to change it to not private. Which means I have to open another browser.
I like the big anvil at the end of the table. That's pretty cool.
It didn't crash the server, thankfully, so it must be a good enough STL. I found it on some random website, free STLs.
Oh, nice.
Same as the sword. I didn't make the sword. I just found it.
I can't pick a color for some reason. I've got my. Anybody know what setting I have so it makes it so?
Wait,
Oh, yeah,
why does
you always
yellow
have to be
say
promoted.
Jack, but Jack is green?
Jack is green. Oh, I thought Trevor wanted green.
I did, but I couldn't pick a color. And then Jack came in and he just took it.
Stole it.
Jack just stole the green. Oh,
That's the way it works.
Hey, it's okay, Trevor. I'll let you be green. I'll change.
It's because he's a gardener.
Still can't be green.
Don't worry. Yeah. I'll be yellow.
All right, let me
change the color for you. There you go.
Okay, there. Now
yeah, Trevor. I actually looked around settings because of your color issue.
Public.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
There we go. All right, we are.
Like I broke my TTS.
We are live and public.
Uh-oh.
Cool.
Am I too loungy? I feel like I'm too loungy.
Sit up straight, please.
You're really setting the tone of the stream.
Got my drink and good to go.
Emphasizing the stream.
Very casual. We've already been having so much fun.
I know, right?
The public doesn't even know.
We don't even need a game. We can just sit and chat for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was shirtless before we started
Whoa.
this. The air conditioning in my apartment is on the fritz. So
yeah, hot day in Michigan, Australia, I guess.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's like 95 degrees here. It's crazy. Like Michigan does not get this hot, but like we're going through a heat wave. It's stupid. Mm-hmm. So I'm sitting in the crossfire of 2 box fans right now.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, it's great. It's
awesome. So we are live, and we should actually, and so I have thus dubbed Jack as co-host because he's made it to almost every single one so far, which is like 4, but still impressive feat.
Yeah.
And we should do some sort of introduction is probably a normal thing that something like this would do. So I am Evan Halbert. I have a single published game called After the Empire that some people have heard of. Jack, who are you?
My name is Jack. I'm a game designer. No published games. So that makes me super qualified.
It comes with time. But I've playtested a lot.
Playtesting. I do a lot of playtesting. Yeah, so New Kingdom Gaming, Jack Dunbar. Happy to be here.
Yeah. Glad to have you. Trevor?
I'm a friend of Evan and Jack's.
Well,
yeah. Okay, I'm working on that.
That's accurate.
That
is true.
Aspiring game designer, nothing published. Did a few pitches in person, a few pitches online. But,
nice.
I got my closet of shame with about 10 protos.
Amen. That's where it starts. Matt, welcome.
Hey, I'm Matt. Another aspiring game designer. I've got a couple games in the works. I've got one that's the one further into development. A few people might have played. It's called Shred. I also, if anybody is familiar with Galactic Cruise, I also run games for them sometimes.
I am familiar with Galactic Cruise.
Yes, so you may catch me over there every other Thursday. I run playtests for them.
Nice.
So, if you wanna beat me at Galactic Cruise, come hang out.
I like beating people at that game.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
And then our very special guest of this episode is Mr. Wes Woodbury. Tell us about yourself real quick.
I'm going to have to go on a Galactic Cruise sometime. Edward King has a cool game there. I keep seeing him post all about it. So
yes, he does.
So I'm Wes. I have a little company called Fundamental Games. I've self-published 5 different games. The most notable one is called Die in the Dungeon, and the second most is Legends of Novus. They're all fantasy-based thematic games, strategy, fun, dice, you name it. This one is a step away from that, so we'll talk about that in a minute. But just have fun. I've been doing it for about 4 years, working on 5. I was hoping to have an evergreen game by year 5. So
Yes, right.
this
is
the
it.
one.
This is
If
it.
it's going to be any of them, it'll be this.
Statistically speaking, if it has to be within the first 5 years, this is probably the game.
Yeah.
Lead us in. Tell us about it.
All right, so Game of Forge. Forge is a strategic game of worker placement and tableau kind of personal board building where you are in charge of your own blacksmith shop. So each of you has a color of meeples and your board, and that's kind of where all your business is going to happen. Throughout the game, you're going to be trying to get your resources, you're going to be acquiring contracts, getting money, and really trying to pound out some contracts and becoming the most famous blacksmith in this medieval town. Now, unlike any of my other games, there's no trolls or dragons or dwarves or elves. This is just medieval setting. So it might hit a broader audience than my games that feature demons and dragons and wizards and whatnot. So, as much as I love that stuff, this is just medieval setting, and I can crack through all the rules if you like. I don't know if you have any questions about the theme or game style first.
No, just lead us in. Do it as you do it at a table, and teach us the game.
Sweet. So goal is to be a famous blacksmith.
You want to earn the most fame by
Gotcha.
basically forging great items and building up your forge. So there's quite a few ways you're going to do that. But like most games that are worker placement, it's kind of a point salad. So at the end of the game, you'll accrue all your points and see who wins. You won't really know who wins till the very end, but you can always have an idea if you're doing well or not, like most of these games. So let's talk about how does the game end. That's always important to know at the beginning of a game. So you'll see here where I'm tapping right now is this achievement board to the right of the main game board. So that achievement board is where we're going to be laying down our hammers. We've got 5 hammers on the bottom right of your player board. And as soon as someone lays their 5th hammer on this achievement board, it triggers the end of the game. So whatever round we're in will finish, and that's when we'll count up the points.
I don't see an achievement board.
It's to the right of the game board. This one here.
I see where you're clicking.
Second largest of the boards.
Right. This whole board.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Maybe if I.
It's not loading. Do you see the blank hammer spaces? The various achievements?
I see 4 cute little hammers.
Okay.
And a little assistant training underneath where you're clicking on a blank table.
If you jump out of the room and come back in, do you think that might help?
Should I do that?
If you try to just like reload the room.
All right.
I knew it was going too smooth.
I know, right? Everything's going too well.
It's always something.
All right. I'll jump out and then I'll jump back in. Here we go.
If you need me to reload the game, let me know, but it's kind of odd that everybody else can see it.
And that was the last time we saw Evan.
And he was gone. All right, here we
You can
go.
see
Here
the
we go.
board, but nobody can hear Evan. Weird.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Wait.
The hammers are cute. I will agree.
They are.
I really like
adorable.
the hammers. I really like the hammers. More games need hammers.
Yes, 4 little doves. But yeah.
I just need my theme song is going to be done by MC Hammer. It's gonna be
Wow. Okay.
I can
What era is
I can
this
do
in?
that dance.
Are you back? Can you see anything?
It's loading.
All right. So
I
the
think I
achievement
still
board
got my
has
pants from the 90s if you want them. I think I still got my big black pants.
Hammer pants.
That's great.
Airhead.
Your forging pants.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Who's wearing
feel
their
like-
forging pants?
I feel like parachute pants would be not great in a blacksmith situation.
Yeah, it seems like the opposite of what you want.
Yeah,
to be
like you
honest.
really need like the freedom of movement, and parachute pants seem like kind of constrictive.
Yeah, but
I
if
think
you're
they could double as bellows if you swish them.
Oh, there
if
you
you're
go.
gonna
Yeah.
get a rogue like
Some airflow.
you know
Yeah.
piece of charcoal, you want some distance between your pants and your legs though.
Team
That's right.
first.
That's
Team
fair.
first.
That's fair.
Come on.
Okay. Okay, so that has nothing to do with this game. Do you see the achievement board, Evan?
It's loading. It's loading.
So I'll describe the achievement board. There are 7
Yes.
achievements possible on the board. So you'll never get all 7, but each player can only have a hammer once in each column. So whenever you hit that achievement, you have to drop a hammer. You don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
One caveat to that is the blue achievement contracts must be one of your 5 hammers. So even if you lay down 4 of your hammers and achieve something else, your final hammer, if not already laid, has to be a contract. So, but we'll talk about that as the game rules progress. I just wanted to make sure you knew how the game ends, and then we'll go into your player board next. So if we look down at Evan's board, the blue board, hopefully he can see it.
It's getting there. 64%.
Yeah. So that is your forge. Every player has an identical forge board, and on that board are all kinds of different. There'll be custom cylindrical meeples, or tokens, I guess, not meeples. So, and you're starting the game with 2 assistants, as I call them, and 1 blacksmith token. Your blacksmith is like a superhero. He can do a lot more, or she can do a lot more than your regular assistants can. So, where you place them is going to be important in the game. Your blacksmith is also the only person that can forge. You see in the center of your player board is a forge spot. And when you want to forge, you have to put your blacksmith there. So that's their action for that turn, right in the center of it all. At the top of your player board, there are 4 pieces of equipment. And it's not that you don't already have this in your forge, it's like an upgrade to make it even better. So you've got a caravan, an anvil, a forge upgrade, and a grindstone. And once these are in play, they give you special abilities that are on the board on those specific spots. They're also worth the points that are underneath that equipment. So it's a double benefit. It's actually a triple benefit because one of the goals on the achievement board is to do your 4 tools or 4 equipment. And likewise on the bottom of your board are 4 tools, and they function very similarly. You can put them up on your board to get the points underneath and the abilities that it shows.
And there's likewise an achievement for tools.
There is an achievement for tools and an achievement for equipment, so they're 2 separate ones.
So when we complete an achievement, are we gaining these resources or are we gaining victory points?
So when you complete an achievement, you take one of your hammers and you just drop it on there, and it's worth the number of points shown on the.
Oh, got it. I didn't see those. Okay.
Those are end of game points. This
Great.
golden track, that's your turn order, and I'll talk about that near the end.
Okay, cool.
So the first player to achieve it earns the most victory points,
Right.
and so on. Okay.
So it's like a race to get the 5, because then it goes to 3, 2, 1, and so some of them become less worthwhile, and you might not even want that achievement.
So I still can't see the achievement boards. How about you just tell me what they are?
Oh no.
Can you see the one I just put on the right?
I'm sorry.
I just duplicated it and put on the right of the screen. Can you see that?
Nope.
Interesting.
Oh, no.
I can see, I think, everything else.
All right. Well,
I'm
if
gonna
it ever
take a
comes up with me-
screenshot and I'll send it to you.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, send it to my
There you go.
my Facebook Messenger.
Might
That's what
recommend it.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Perfect.
All right. You can see the player board, though, Evan?
I think I can see everything else.
Right on. So equipment on the top, tools on the bottom. I'll explain how you can build those, but for now, at least you know what they are. Again, your assistants, you start with 2 and you'll be able to acquire the other 2 if you choose. I can let you know that a player has won the game without getting additional workers. So I know most worker placement games, you feel mandatory to get extra workers, but he
Yeah.
managed to win the game with his only his 2 workers and his blacksmith. So,
Oh, okay. Good to know.
here on the right side of the board, there's a star.
Oh.
It's your skill level.
Just
So you
just
start at
for
1.
those folks who watch this video, the achievement board looks very nice.
Awesome.
I think everyone can see it, Evan. Oh,
Yeah, everyone but you can see.
and everybody watching you.
And everybody watching. It's-
So the
Yeah,
skill
it's
is another achievement. If you happen to get to 5 skill, you'll get to drop a hammer. But skill is also important for some contracts, because contracts will require you to have a certain amount of skill, which we'll talk about in the contract section.
Okay.
And then to the right of your board, there's a spot to put development cards and a spot to put contracts, and we'll talk about that once we get through the worker placement. You're starting the game with 5 money, a metal, and a wood. That's the same for all players. And one other thing to note is on your player board, there's 3 different spots that have a skill icon. So when you unlock those, you move your skill up automatically. So if I build my vice, I get a skill. If I build my forge, I get a skill. And if I hire my 4th assistant, I get a skill.
Fancy. I see.
Cool. Makes
Drop and
sense.
any questions on the player boards?
How else do you get skills? Looks like there's room for 5.
There is room for 5. So the only other way to get skill is in the assistant, invention, or guild decks. So it might
Oh.
sound random, but you do
Okay.
have some autonomy to choose amongst them first.
Cool.
One other question I have, Wes. The resources on here, does that indicate what you pay to for that upgrade?
Yeah, and that's going to
Or
take
tool,
place
okay.
when you play the workers. So you're going to have to place an assistant and pay that resources.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
But we'll go into the worker placement aspect and go through each phase. So I'm going to take Evan's blue meeple here and go to the top, up to the forest. I'm also going to take his blacksmith, and I'll take one of the greens as well, just to demonstrate a few things.
Mhm.
So we're up here in the forest. If an assistant goes to spot 4, they get 4 wood. 3 is 3 wood, and 2 is 2 wood.
Mhm.
You have no limit how much resources you can have, so it always makes sense to go for the highest. Should there be a assistant here and a blacksmith is played on the blacksmith spot, because that is a special spot, then that blacksmith gets whatever amount is currently unveiled plus 1.
Ah.
So if there's 4 unveiled on the blacksmith goes, he actually gets 5 wood. But as each worker is there, assistant, so if I put him there, then they would get 3. So it kind of devalues over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, keep in mind that you can never have more than 1 colored worker or assistant in each spot on the board, unless there's this colorful infinity symbol on the market and trading post. Otherwise,
Gotcha.
nobody can go to the forest twice or the mountain twice.
Even if you use your blacksmith.
Even using your blacksmith, because you can only have 1 color there, 1 of each color.
Gotcha.
Mountain works identical, so first person there would get 3, 2, and 1, and again, blacksmith would get a bonus 1.
Okay.
If you do take a look at your player board, if you have a wagon in play, you get an extra wood or an extra metal when you go there. So having a wagon can get you extra resources.
My wagon gain +1 wood in forest and +1 metal in mountains. Cool.
Going to the mine, the blacksmith always gets you 2 gems. The first assistant gets 2 gems, and the second assistant gets 1 gem.
Cool.
Now, if you're curious about gem value or the values of resources on the left, or in the trading post, you can see gold values. That kind of helps represent what they're worth in their trading value. So wood is equivalent of 2 coins, metal is 3, and gems are 5, brick is 4. Now you'll see brick is on there, but the only way to ever get brick is to go to the trading post or in the turn sequence order that we'll talk about.
Oh, interesting.
But so the top row is just getting resources, wood, metal, and gems. Any questions on the top?
Nope.
Awesome. So we'll go to the second row. So the second row is the trading post, market, and guilds. The blacksmith doesn't like going to the trading post or the market. He's got better things to do, so he's not allowed over there. All right.
Okay.
But your assistants can go there as many times as they want. So if you want to put 3 blue assistants here in the course of your turn, you could go to the trading post 3 times. And
Okay.
same with the market. Now,
Even though there's only
trading
1 spot on the trading post?
You just
Yeah.
you stack them on top of
Just
each other.
pile 'em
Oh,
up.
fancy.
Okay.
We're going to play Meeple Lego.
Okay. Nice.
Cool.
So when you go here, you get 2 trades. If you've ever played Concordia, you'll know what that means.
Mhm.
But you can buy 1 brick and sell 1 gem. You could buy 2 metal. You can do 2 specific actions.
So
you
if
can-
you
Essentially, you can interact with 2 types of resources.
Yeah, I could sell 6 gems and buy
no,
3 brick.
you could sell 1 gem. So each
Oh.
action can only be done once.
Oh, so it's
Yeah.
not like Concordia. Okay, got it.
You're right.
Oh,
it's
that's what. Yeah. Okay. That's
Can
where I
you,
got.
originally it was. Originally I had it like Concordia, and we found it was broken. So I switched it to a single.
can you exchange resources? So exchange logs for bricks, 2 logs for a brick, or
No, you must sell for gold or buy for gold
okay.
Twice.
Okay.
twice. But you can go there 2 times in a turn if you're really wanting to get what you need.
Cool.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's the trading post. Next one is the market. You get 5 money, 4 money, 3 money, and anybody else that goes on 3 money keeps getting 3 money.
Is that true of the Forested Mountain too?
No.
Oh, it wouldn't be true because okay, got it. My brain. I got it.
All right. So that's the market. So market just represents you're selling some trinkets of your spare metal. You made some crappy jewelry that people pay lots of money for.
Love it.
Nice.
And then you go to the guilds. So the guilds can only be visited by a blacksmith unless you have a card that says otherwise. So they just get piled in the center, stacked up like Lego. So every player is allowed to visit the guild because you can't block each other from that. If you go to the guild, you draw the top 2 cards of the guild deck or reveal the top 2. And then you pick the one that you want to take, and the other one goes to the bottom of the guild deck. I'll show you a couple examples of guilds. There are a total of 7 different guilds, and guilds are going to be worth special points at the end of the game. These are the 7 guilds. The names on them are actually real guilds or real blacksmith factions from medieval times. So I'm not making those names up. Whitesmith is about tin and some certain alloys. Brownsmith is copper. Or coppersmith is copper, brownsmith is can't remember, but they're all real things.
Metal.
Yeah.
So at the top of each one is your immediate reward. So in this case, you would get a skill and a gold. On this one, you would get a gem and a gold. You could get there's some with metal and wood and whatnot. So you always get whatever's at the top of the card, and then the guild card goes beside your player board. And it doesn't do anything else during the rest of the game, but it gets you points at the end of the game.
And do you need to do anything to earn that reward, or is it just you take it, you earn the reward when you
Just
place
take
your
it, you get the
blacksmith there?
reward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go.
There's no activating those cards or
Right.
anything like that. Okay.
Now, you can only get one of each colored guild because getting multiple of the same color won't give you any benefit. Now, if you end up drawing 2 of the same color, you'll take it and just get the top, but it won't give you any end game bonus. So the more you can diversify your colors, that's how you get extra points.
And that's what this achievement is? 3 different types or 3 of the same type?
So guilds, 3 different types of guilds will get you a hammer there.
Okay, 3 different guilds. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that is the guild mechanic. There is an achievement bonus yet, and then it gives you end game points with it tethers in with contract and other things as well.
Guild icons, that's a different guild icons. So if you have all 7, that's worth 35 points.
Guild colors, yep.
Okay. Okay.
Or not guild colors. Icons I'll describe during the contract section. We'll get into that. Because guilds tether into quite a few things, so we'll be talking about them a few times. The
Okay.
next rule is all 3 spaces are similar, only different in the deck that you draw from. You'll notice that there's a space for a single assistant or a single blacksmith. And just like the top row, each player can only go to each place once, so one player couldn't visit both sides of this. So when you go here, if you, well, my board is not the right board. Let me just see. Oh, no, it is. Okay. So when you go here, you draw the top card of the contract that matches. So City Commons, you draw a brown contract. Barracks, you draw a gray. And Castle, you draw a purple. If instead you play your blacksmith, it says +1, so you get to draw 2 contracts instead. And if at some point in the game you have your vice built, if you look at your player board, when you draw contracts, you draw an extra one and discard 1. So if you just have your assistant, you draw 2 cards, discard 1. If you have your blacksmith, you draw 3 cards, discard 1. So it gives you a bit more choice when you're drawing contracts. But the City Commons, Barracks, and Castle all do the same thing. The difference is that royal contracts tend to have more gems in them, and they tend to be harder to build. Military contracts tend to have more weapons and armor, and common contracts tend to have more wood. The gray ones tend to have more metal, so they're kind of color coded to reflect that. It doesn't mean any one of them will guarantee you victory. I've seen somebody only go for castles and still lose the game, but it's just so you have an awareness of how the resources are. And then these contract cards have from different things on them as well. So we're going to talk about that. Contracts are probably the most complex part of the game. So if you have any questions, definitely don't be afraid to ask. If we look at them, at the top to the left is how many points you get at the end of the game if you have forged the contract. At the bottom left is the number of coins you get when you forge the contract. So that's immediate, whereas the points are in game. If there's or they all have a skill icon on it, that's how much skill you would need to be able to even forge that. So if it says skill 3 and you're at skill 1, you're just not good enough. So making the rack is a bit harder than making a coat rack, because the rack is a torture device and the coat rack hangs a coat.
I love these blueprints, by the way.
They're all my personal sketches, so
that's so good. Wow. That's so good. I love it.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Underneath the sketch are your requirements that you have to dispose of in order to forge that contract. So I don't have to spend that to draw the card, but I do have to spend it when I forge it. So this one, the rack costs 2 wood, 2 metal, and nothing else. Some of them will have a number next to the assistant because they're heavy or difficult. That means you have to expend an extra assistant when you forge it. They have to go to the forge with your blacksmith. The rest of them are just discarding those resources.
And this is what it means by forge, to forge a contract when you place your blacksmith in the center of your player board.
Center of your player board, yeah.
Okay.
If you see a guild icon, that you don't need the guild to forge it. That guild icon is end of game bonus points. So getting different guild icons can get you points.
Interesting. Okay.
And then finally, there is a descriptor on the bottom. Some say miscellaneous, some say weapons. There's certain cards that will give you points for or discounts for having certain types of.
I can't see.
I also noticed
these
the
cards either.
hammer.
What's that?
I can't see these cards either. Once you like flipped those decks over, then I couldn't see them anymore.
That is odd.
Yeah.
Anybody else have that problem?
See, now I can see the backside.
I can see the cards. I can see the cards.
I can see the backside, but not the front side. That's really weird.
I think I've been screwing with you.
Nope.
It'd be hard for you to play the game, Evan.
It might be. Maybe I took my settings too far down.
Now, if you see a chisel or a tong or a grindstone, that means you have to have those in play on your board in order to forge those. So they don't get used, but they're a prerequisite to be able to make that.
Let's try it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I noticed also like hammer says weapon and armor costs reduced by 1 metal each. That's where the type comes into play at the bottom?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
so,
are we
Where are you
talking
looking?
about these icons here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And what did you just say, Jack?
Yeah. The type at the bottom of the card. So see how it says like lock and key, miscellaneous, torture unit.
Yeah.
That affects that just has varying effects. But the thing I noticed is the hammer.
Yeah, the hammer on your player
Hammer
board.
says weapon and armor costs 1 less. So I think
Nice.
Gotcha.
Now, if you forge 3 contracts, you get to drop a hammer, and that is a mandatory hammer in the game. So you can't play a 5th hammer unless one of your hammers is on the contracts, and that's to encourage forging, the name of the game. You could probably find a way to win without forging anything, but I haven't seen it happen yet, because there's plenty of points tethered into the contracts. All right. So that is contracts. And I'll put these back. I'll shuffle those up after. We'll probably be looking at them one more time anyway.
Okay, skill, tools, equipment, guilds, contracts. I understand most of the achievement board. We still haven't talked about training or developing, right?
So we're at
Okay.
the bottom of the board now. So down at the bottom of the board, we have 2 sections, arc developments, that are very similar. If you play your blacksmith, you get to pick to either do equipment or buildings, or on this one, tools or inventions. So blacksmith gets a choice, and then anybody else that goes there would have to pick one side or the other, because assistants can only go on one or the other side. Tools and equipment are the bottom and top of your player board respectively, so it allows you to pay the resources to the right of that component on your player board to put it onto your board. So for chisels, if I go to tools, that's the bottom of my board, and you can see the icon on the bottom of your board matches the the game board. I could pay 1 gold and 1 metal and put my chisel on my board.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the same is true for equipment, except I have to go to the architect side, pay the resources, and then I could build that type of equipment. So that's how you get your stuff.
And
from
once
the
you once you unlock these, it's a permanent thing. You have it for the rest of the game.
Yep, it's there for the rest
Okay.
of the game. Even if it's a
Alright.
criteria on a contract, it doesn't get used up for anything.
Okay.
And so your tools that you start with is this on your board, and that's
So you don't start with any tools. That's just my icon for now, just to reference the game board. So development lets you build tools at the bottom of your board, and architect lets you build equipment. which is on top of the
Wages.
board.
oh, I see. Okay.
So, Wes, just so I understand the iconography here, a couple times this appears where you have 2 cards, and then that just means you draw 2. You pick one, discard the other.
You got it. Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
Got it.
And so that's not on the contract cards because you only get to draw 1 card.
Ah,
It is
okay.
it's on these ones, and that gives you a bit of
Gotcha.
choice. in the game.
Yeah, and then the guilds up here too.
You
Okay.
got it.
All right.
So equipment is top of your board building, tools is bottom of your board building, and then buildings is the building deck. So again, like you mentioned, the icon here says reveal 2, pick 1, and put the other one on the bottom of the deck. There's not really a discard pile. It would take up too much table space. So if I were to draw 2 of these cards, I would pick the one I want, and it goes into play immediately on the right side of my player board. So in this case, if I pick the wagon, I have that ability for the rest of the game. Or if I pick the showcase, every time I forge, I earn an extra victory point. So it kind of goes into my section over here to the right of your player board, and you're allowed to have up to 4 cards in that section. That section is also used for
This
the-
says 5 cards.
It was 5 cards. It was 5 cards, and I have to change that text.
All right.
Very observant, Matt. Very observant.
That, Nice.
I'm just.
That's right.
that's what we're here for.
Just want to make
Wes,
sure.
did you know that?
Did I know what?
Did you know that was there?
It used to be 5. But I just changed it to 4 last game. So I did not have to-
So are inventions also considered developments?
Yes. So
They
if
are,
you go
okay.
to the red spot, you get 2 red cards. Pick one, and it goes in the same spot. So you can only have a total of 4 cards, even though the board says 5.
Okay.
And
All right,
once you
good.
hit-
No cheating.
Once you hit 4 achievements or 4 developments, you place a hammer. So
What
is it?
happens? What happens when you get those skill points?
So skill points let you forge specific contracts. So you'll notice. I know you couldn't see them earlier. Can you
I
see them now?
cannot. No, I cannot. I can see the backs of the cards, but not the fronts of the cards.
So in the front of the cards, there are skill icons, and you have to have a certain amount of skill to be able to forge.
Oh, okay, great.
So they're used for that. And then the other thing skill is for is if you hit 5 skill,
You get 5
you
points.
get to drop a hammer. And if you get any more than 5 skill, you get 5 extra points.
Oh, I see.
It's kind of like a super skill achievement there I'm playing around with.
And then dropping a hammer is how you complete a
Um,
contract.
I use the term drop a hammer when you complete an achievement on the achievement board.
Oh, the achievement board. Okay, great.
So you got 5 of those, and as soon as somebody plays their 5th hammer, the game ends.
Cool.
These development cards, you'll notice that they also have guild icons. So those guild icons help you at the end of the game accrue extra points. So any guild icons on the right of your board are going to be used to accrue extra points, and any guild icons on the left of your board, which is where you're going to put your guild cards, I'll explain in a minute. That's probably the harder part to explain. But finishing with it, development and invention and buildings. Again, you draw 2 and put the other card on the bottom of it.
Wes, if you're looking at these cards, what does this icon? So, like, just take this invention, the draw plates. It offers you this whitesmith guild icon at the end.
Yep.
It gives you this ongoing bonus. What does this mean? Does it mean that you move up a skill, or You must
Yeah,
have skill.
So the icon there is representative of what it does. So it's kind of a visual, a quick
Oh.
glance. You can tell it's a skill card.
Mm.
So this is
Okay.
for the same thing.
I see.
Yeah.
You're
Gotcha.
covering your bases,
Okay.
icons and text.
And then the guild icon is for end of game scoring only.
Okay. Cool.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I'm not a big worker placement, so I'm a little bit lost, but that's okay. I'll pick it up as we go. But these hammers here,
Yep.
and these hammers here, have anything to do with these hammers here?
They do not.
Okay. I'm getting lost in the iconography that's doubled up, and I've got all these kind of questions kind of popping up in my head, thinking that, like this specifically is this one, and this is specifically this one, and this
Mhm.
hammer is the hammer.
Mhm.
And so I'm getting a little lost with my own thoughts just because of some of the iconography. So if I'm lost on the first play, that's why I'm just putting that forth, but I don't know what I'm doing yet.
Same. No,
Top and
same.
bottom icon definitely need to change. I have to figure out something that represents all equipment instead of just one of the examples.
I'm just
Okay.
explaining my stupidity in advance.
So I'm right there. I'm right there with you, Trevor. It's I didn't want to harp on it too much. But yeah, it is like, at least in this setting, it's just a little confusing.
And don't get me wrong, the icons are beautiful. It's just because they're doubled up.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
it's a simple fix.
Yeah.
It's just-
I use the word hammer a lot, so that I can understand how that gets confused.
Hammer. It makes sense though. It's fair.
Mhm.
We're gonna go to the
So
last part.
this is the last achievement that we need to know about,
Yeah,
right?
so-
Because we've covered all of the other possible achievements.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So if you go here, you have to pay 8 money, and you put one of your, So if I put one of my available assistants here and I pay 8 money, then I put one of my unavailable assistants here, and they become available at the beginning of the next round. So
Oh, I
how you
see.
hire
That's how you
assistants.
hire.
That's the higher action.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you hire your 4th assistant, you don't have to wait till the end of the round. As soon as they're hired, you gain a skill and you drop your hammer, achievement hammer. That's how you acquire your final 2 workers that you start with. There is a card or 2 that can get you a free worker or a free assistant. So if you happen to come across that, you know it's worth the equivalent of 8 gold and a whole turn.
Cool.
On the right side of the board, and again, just like before, if you play a blacksmith here, you get to choose either one.
Yeah.
So if you play an assistant here off your board, you, just like the other icons, you draw 2 cards, pick one of them, and it goes into play immediately where that assistant came from. And that becomes a permanent power. That assistant is now trained in that particular ability. So this guy could become a master blacksmith or a journeyman blacksmith. I haven't shuffled these yet. So these are all some examples of things that they could be: a marketer, a spelunker. There's no duplicate cards, so every card is an individual card. So at the beginning of every round, when you bring your workers back, you just put your worker adjacent to the card, and you know that that worker is a logger.
Cool.
Yep.
Because it only matters when you place it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
But once they're placed, nobody else has that power. So if I were to have all 4 of my workers trained, training is also a achievement board.
Yep.
And you also get other perks. So there's guild icons again. Guild icons on the left of your board are going to be worth, again, I'll talk about the points on that in a sec. But they also have these special powers. And I can't really describe them all to you because there's 32 cards, but it's just, if you have any questions on it throughout the game, you can certainly.
I love the accountant. Very cool.
Oh, what does the account do?
That's my secret goal. Train an
Exhaust
accountant.
this assistant, place a contract card from your hand under this training
forge.
card. Each contract with 2 points at the end of the game.
So you can get lots of extra points for special skills. You can be able to place workers on any spot. You can get extra guild on this. Lots of things you
Sweet.
can do through assistant training.
There's a lot
Cool.
we can do in this game. It's looks like a lot of fun. I'm excited
Cool.
to get into it. Anything else we need to know, Wes?
Let's see. So end game scoring. So I'll take this card here, flip it over. So victory points at the end of the game. Any contracts or cards that you have that have a victory point icon are worth their value. Any forged tokens that you've placed are worth the value that's underneath. And I believe you can get about 36 points on your board, or 32. Math right now. Your contracts are worth points. Any hammers you have on the achievement board are worth points. And finally, your guild cards. So using guild cards to explain again, because this is probably the most complicated part of the game. Let's say I have those ones have victory points. So if I have this guild card, and we'll put a couple of contracts out over here, say this is the end of the game for Evan. And we'll say he has this guild. So any icons on the right that you have guilds of on the left are worth the points on the track at the edge of the board here, up to a maximum of 35. So if you have 7 icons on the right of your board that match the guilds that you're part of, then you would get 35 points. I don't know a great way to explain that, but I'm trying to work through that in the book.
I will hopefully understand what that means as we.
Like you add up the total of the metal, skill, and diamond that you have, or
no? The only thing the icons matter for on the left is to represent that you're part of those guilds. So in this case, Evan is part of the black, gold, and orange guild. So what that means is any icons on the right of his board that are black, orange, or gold count as one.
Okay. So, but on this one, is the metal and the workers both black, or is it just the metal that's black?
No, that stuff doesn't matter. All that matters on this card at the end of the game is this guild icon.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
The stuff on the sketch is only to build the card.
I got you.
In the current situation,
this does not correspond to anything over here at all.
Right.
Got it.
So you currently have 3 matching, right?
Yeah. No. Currently, he has basically he's only got 1 because the guilds that he has.
This doesn't count.
So even though he has 2 black guilds, he can only be part of the black guild ones.
Oh, okay.
On the right side of his board, he only has 1 matching icon with his guild, so he only has 1 guild point or guild that gets him 2 points.
Okay. I see. If you get all 7 guilds, if you're in all 7 guilds, you get 35 points.
So if he had this card, now he's got orange and he's part of the orange guild, and black and he's part of the black guild. So he's only got 2 icons that match. So in that case, he'd get 5 points. Right. And then it would work. So anything on the right, I'm trying to work out if this is the best way to do it or not, but it helps integrate all the cards together. Okay, and then we're gonna put all these back.
And does this card, whatever type of card this is again, this card would say he's part of the Black Guild if he had no guild cards? This
Yeah,
would
so
say
you're
he's
part of the guild if you have an assistant trained in that guild, or if you have a guild card. Both of those things are equivalent.
Cool.
If you get an assistant that has a victory point, you just immediately gain those victory points at the end of the game instead.
Okay. Cool.
Great.
So lots of explaining. Sorry I've taken so long for the teach here.
That's okay. So is it possible to play the game without doing any of these 3 things?
It's possible because somebody else is bound to trigger the end game.
Sweet. That's going to be my strategy.
Avoid the contracts.
Well, I just can't see them, so.
Yeah.
I'm just going to collect wood.
Last thing I'm going to cover is the turn order. So turn order, we'll randomly decide who goes first this game. Person who goes first puts their hammer on the board wherever they want and gets that resource immediately. But that's their turn order. So if I choose to get the gem, I'm fourth to play. If I choose to get the brick, I'm third to play.
And that's just to start with.
To start with, and then that person that's in the first spot, or sorry, the person that's in the 4th spot is going to start the next round, and they can't pick the 4th spot. So I'll describe that when we get to our second.
Oh, you
round.
get a bonus every round.
So every round we're going to go through the hammer placement because you might want a brick because you don't want to waste a turn going.
Gotcha.
To the things. You might want a gem because you're trying to build something royal.
Gotcha.
Or you might want to go first because you really want to get to certain spots first.
Gotcha.
So how do we decide who gets to place their hammer first?
So whoever's first player, just random decision here. So
Oh, who was the last to forge something out of metal?
there you go.
Was it you, Evan?
No.
Who's the last person to watch a Forged in Fire episode?
Ooh.
Does anybody
me.
watch Forged in Fire?
Nope.
Who can spell forge?
Is that
You
is
mean
that a history
I
channel?
think you mean
show?
Froge.
It is a history.
I listened to a metal song today.
Oh, that's Matt.
Ooh,
Matt
that's
has
pretty
the
good.
closest-
That's pretty good.
Matt has the deepest relationship to metal of anybody here, I
That's
think.
probably true.
You got
It,
Matt,
it might be. It might be true.
Are you sure?
I was listening to 9 Inch Nails
Ooh.
the other night, but
Wow, okay.
All right, so Matt, you take
Took
your
me
red
back.
hammer and pick any spot. You'll get that resource immediately.
Pick any spot on here.
Turn
On the
order
gold
on
side,
the
yeah.
gold at the top.
Oh, okay.
You can get a wood, a metal, a brick, or a gem, but that also influences
All right.
when you're going to play in the game.
Let me look at this
looking
real
at
quick.
my own board.
Now he's got a thing.
It seems like metal is really important.
Meh. How do you where are you seeing that it's really important?
Gotta trade for bricks.
There's,
man.
I mean, there's a lot of.
Oh, just on
metal
your board?
Down, yeah, down at the bottom.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah,
It seems mildly important.
yeah, mildly. Yeah.
Mildly.
I mean, we're only being blacksmiths. Metal is.
You're not a woodsmith. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I am.
A
But
woodsmith.
if I take this wagon, I have to pay for it. I have to pay the 6, and I have to pay 2 wood, right?
So to build your wagon, you have to go to the equipment spot. Yep, and then you pay 6 gold and 2 wood, and your wagon immediately goes into play.
And then
Yep.
every turn I gain 1 wood.
Anytime you go to the forest or the mountain.
You gain
you
plus
gain
1.
extra.
Plus
Oh,
one
anytime
wood.
I'm in there. Okay, gotcha.
Plus 1 wood.
It improves your spot taking.
You're
How
hauling
many?
it
How many metal do I get for that?
from which?
I think just one.
Just one? Oh, okay.
Flame.
So who places the next hammer?
So then it goes clockwise. So next will be Evan.
I'm gonna get the brick, which is probably somewhere right around here.
Yeah. Exactly
Trevor.
Yeah,
right there.
that's actually right on.
Exactly right there.
I forgot you couldn't see it.
And this also determines our turn order. So
Yes. So now
Okay.
it goes to Trevor. Trevor can pick first or fourth.
I'll go to the diamond for
Get a
no reason
gem.
whatsoever.
and
So Trevor, that also means you're going to be choosing first placement next round because whoever's fourth chooses first in the future.
Okay.
okay.
Now,
Alright.
to help you guys know whose turn it is, that wherever I put this anvil, that's the player
Love
whose
it.
turn it is.
Oh, sweet. All right, nice. I get the anvil.
Hey,
I've got-
Evan,
Yes.
can you see
Matt,
the anvil?
I have
I
the talking
can see
anvil.
I can see the important stuff like the anvil.
Good.
All right.
It's, whoa. That blows up
Nobody,
real big,
nobody
real
speak
big on the
while I
screen.
have the anvil. Okay, it's
Yes.
my turn.
This is
I
this is
have
the
the
talking
anvil.
anvil.
I have the conch. Okay.
So are we
Okay.
supposed to just take those right off the hop when we lay our hammer?
As soon as you lay your hammer, you get that resource. You got it.
Okay, so that purple is the gem, I'm
The
assuming.
gem.
Trevor, I know I didn't really describe it, but playing worker placement games, basically the sequence of turn is place an assistant, get your action, next player's turn. Repeat until everybody's out of workers.
Okay,
And go
that's what I
blacksmith.
was wondering. So blacksmith or a worker, place one of the three.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
of the two.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's see. What's the first thing I want to do? I have 5 coins. I want 5 more coins. So I'm gonna place a worker there. And get more.
That brings it to That's got
Okay.
the handle now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One thing to
Well,
mention for end of game points, for every 5 coins and every 1 gem you have, they're worth a point at the end of the game. Forgot to mention that. Your other resources are worthless at the end of the game.
Gems and coins. Got it.
5 coins.
5 points, yeah.
Okay. So, okay.
Nobody cares how much brick you have, but they certainly care how rich you are.
I mean, I think coins is a really good first play, so I'm just gonna do that, and I will also take 4.
Okay.
Nice. Matt takes a follow action. I love it.
What
Evan's got the end.
What I have the end, but what does the grindstone do? It says required to forge some items. Where are those items?
In the contracts that you cannot see, there are some cards that have a grindstone icon. You cannot forge those if your grindstones.
Those are items over there.
Can I, since it's my turn here, I'm just gonna flip some of these contracts and show them to you, Evan.
I can't see the other side.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I'll show them to you. I'll show them to you with a
Oh, I see. Nice.
I can send it
Nice.
of it if you will.
Nice.
All right, who's gonna be in charge of
Okay, so my turn.
sending Evan all the information he
No,
needs?
it's okay. It's okay. I'm going to. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Anyway, I'm going to.
I think that is a co-host's responsibility.
It's probably true. It's probably true. You've earned this right to help me with my tech difficulties. I think I just need to buy like a desktop instead of a laptop with like a graphics card, you know?
I'm using a laptop, but I think it has a decent graphics card. So.
Yeah, but you're not also live streaming.
This is true.
Yeah, that takes.
Just buy a graphics card.
Well, maybe does that go into laptops?
Depends on your laptop.
Exactly.
You can get externals, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah. Ooh. Jack sent me a message.
Sending you some examples.
It's very important information.
It's a link to the laptop.
Trevor.
Okay, so what are these
Oh, these are
guys
cool.
here?
So those are your 2 assistants. So
And then these guys are ones I can earn?
Yeah, you can hire them in the game. You don't.
Oh, okay, I don't have those ones.
Oh,
okay,
I see.
Gotcha.
Oh, I see.
I told you I was just gonna go for wood, so might as well.
Load up on the wood. So we're back to Jack's turn then.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a player.
Okay, great.
I
I
see.
am going to all right, here's what I'm gonna do.
Tools required and skill.
Oh, whoops. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was like clicking, but I wasn't doing anything because I'm gonna hire. So
Ugh.
I'm gonna hire a guy.
Ugh.
Yeah, there we go. And that's gonna cost me 8. So
Oof.
do I pay that right away, Wes?
Yes, you do. Pay it up.
Sweet.
Hey,
It's not going to come work for you for nothing.
Okay.
Hey,
nice.
But it's a one-time cost. So, all right, Matt, you're up.
So coming to these basically just gets me a card. Remind me of. I'm sorry.
Oh, to the center row, or where?
To the city commons, the barracks, and the castle.
So, yep. Placing an assistant will draw you 1 card. Placing a blacksmith will draw you 2 cards.
That's okay. All right. I think I'm going to draw.
Now, I am considering having players start the game with a contract, but I haven't put that in play yet.
All right, that's my turn.
All right, Evan.
means it's back to me. Oh, so everything has to do with contract. Okay. Oh, I see. Yes. I see. Right. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. I like what you've done here. So I am going to go here.
Training.
I'm gonna train. And let's look at 2 of these.
Let's look at 2 blank cards.
And no, I can see these. I can see these.
Oh, can you? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Each time this
Evan
assistant
has
visits,
approximate knowledge of all
I do.
things.
The forest gain 2 additional wood. Oh. This assistant may visit the same location occupied by an opponent's
Probably the
assistant.
best guy in the game, the negotiator.
No, don't give him to Evan.
Oh, that is interesting. It is interesting.
And so if you want to put on the bottom of the deck,
Wow.
you can. Oh, you got it.
That's a very cool card.
Oop, Trevor.
More
Mhm.
wood? No.
You have to. Yeah.
Okay, so at the trading post, if I trade 1 wood, I get 4 gold. Is that right?
That's brick. So wood is
Oh.
worth 2. Brick is worth 4.
Oops. Okay. But brick,
Oops.
the only way you can get brick is by trading gold for brick.
Or the first order board.
Okay.
At the beginning,
Oh.
beginning of a
Okay.
round. That's what Evan did.
Right. Okay.
Don't be jealous.
Brick isn't used for a whole lot. It's only used for a forge and a grind. So it's kind of a limited resource need anyway. But if
Okay.
you look at the forge has a pretty cool ability.
Sorry, where are we looking?
Your forge token has a pretty cool ability.
Oh.
What is your forge token?
What's
Okay.
that?
What's a forge token?
It's one of your equipment at the top of your player board.
This guy.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
That
So
means
if-
worth
so if I
it's worth
place my
6
black-
points,
Yeah.
and it lets you forge 2 items instead of 1 when you forge.
Gotcha. Okay.
In other
Now
words, if I put him on any of the spaces, I can do the action twice instead of once. Is that right?
Only the forge action twice.
Do I have
sorry.
to have tongs to take this engineer development?
You do not.
What is that symbol there?
I need to get rid of that icon.
Okay, got it.
That the symbol there represents tools at the
Tools.
bottom.
Yeah.
And I don't need the forge to take the architect's development. Okay, got it.
No. It's this icon here that it's referring to, like, because it's
So-
black.
So if I
Um,
put something in the engineer,
those are
if I put on
generic. Got it.
if I put on the tools side, then I can activate one of these tools. Is that what that means?
No, you can acquire one.
You can pay to put it
Acquitted.
into play.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh, then yes.
Come on, Jack. Then yes.
Idiot.
What do you mean by activate, Trevor?
He's programming his board. Come on. Be a programmer.
Okay, so weapon and armor costs reduced by 1. Sorry, I have to read through all these. Required to forge some items. When acquired, contract, draw 1 extra, then discard 1. What is this a picture of? A chisel.
Chisels.
Okay.
Which is a generic tool, which is a picture of tongs.
I think for now I'm just gonna be a greedy little bugger, and it might not be smart, but I'm just gonna keep acquiring stuff.
Oh,
Back to Jack.
all right, nice. I'm gonna place my blacksmith.
Hmm.
I'm gonna place my blacksmith over here,
Yep.
and I am going to get some tongs. I'm gonna pay 2 gold for that, and I'll pay 1 metal.
Good.
And I earn victory points, but not until the end of the game.
Into the game, yep.
Okay.
That way,
Hmm.
I do have some things here because some cards let you get incremental points, but most of your points are end of game.
Okay.
Tongs.
Sweet.
Hmm.
And then I think that's it for this round. Is that right, Wes? For me, I've placed all
Yep.
my workers.
Why are you throwing my stuff all around?
Sorry, my anvil got out of control.
Oh, I thought it was Jack.
No.
Okay. All right. I was about to yell at him. All right.
Throwing the anvil at you, man.
I
Don't do
know,
it.
right?
Don't do it.
So I think I'm gonna spend my
That's
2
right,
metal
that's awesome.
and 6 coins to unlock my anvil.
Nice. So now
Ooh,
anytime you want something,
Sweet.
you get extra money.
seems good. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna look at 2 buildings.
So do these just get? Is there a discard somewhere?
I can destroy them. Anything you want
Okay.
deleted, let me know.
Evan, you can see those cards, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
can.
So it's just contracts.
Just contracts.
Okay.
Equipment and tools requiring wood cost 1 less GP to build.
Gold piece.
Okay, I figured. Each time you forge, you earn 1 victory point. And that's just a freebie. This one.
That one gives you 2 points. The wood shop gives you 2 points at the end of the game as well.
Equipment and tools requiring wood, which is, there's 3 of them. So I will.
Okay, this is going to be a real dumb question, but how do you forge? I know the game is called Forge. and
This
I'm
will
just-
save me. This will
In order
save
to
me 3
forge that-
VP if I build everything and give me 2.
So if I was
Trevor-
to move my guy onto my forge spot, I then forge. But what am I doing?
So
Dropping
Completing a contract.
one of the contracts that you've acquired, you expend the goods on the contract and you put it into play. That's forging.
Oh, okay, I'm not there yet. All right.
If you draw a card, have one of those in your hand first, have all
Yeah.
the stuff you need, and then you can.
Okay.
It would be
Final
pretty
action,
sweet.
Trevor.
It would be pretty sweet, Wes, if every player had a big hammer and they struck the anvil when they forge.
I agree. I would love it when I could afford that in a game and afford to ship it. I'd
Yeah.
like to ship this game that has an anvil and a hammer in it, please. How much would it cost?
Yeah. The box is 80 pounds.
We start at skill level 1. Is that true?
Like
Sure.
800 kilograms.
There'll be a big emblem on the box. Hammer and anvil required to play game.
Yeah,
Yes.
it has it's in a standard size box, but it says team lift on it.
All right. What are you going to do with your last guy there, Trevor? You got your blacksmith place.
So if there's a blacksmith spot already taken, you cannot stack blacksmiths, right?
The only place the blacksmith can stack is on the guilds.
Okay.
Oddly enough, they used to be called stacksmiths. So
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
you're welcome.
Thanks, Evan.
You are welcome.
Sounds like a dad joke.
Okay.
Yep.
So where am I gonna get my my contracts that I'm gonna forge? Just in the common contracts or in all of these cards?
Yeah, so all 3 of those are contracts. The royal ones are harder to build, and most of them have gem cost. So the gray ones usually cost more metal, and they're usually swords and weapons because it represents supporting the military. And then the brown ones are like supporting local houses and taverns, so they usually cost more wood.
And you get those by placing workers at these spaces, Trevor.
Yeah, so if he
Right.
places a blacksmith, he gets to draw 2 cards from whatever stack he goes to.
Oh,
And I
keep 2
I
or just
draw
limit 2?
2, but I only keep 1. Is that right?
Blacksmith draws and keeps 2.
Sweet.
Oh, okay.
If you
So like-
place a worker there, you just draw a single card. You don't draw 2 and pick one for these.
Seems
Right.
like I might want to do that. So I draw 2 and I keep them both.
Yeah, the only time you draw an extra one is if you have your vice in play, one of your equipment.
And so these will just go under my contracts right away.
That would go into your hands that nobody sees.
Oh,
It goes into your contracts when you forge it.
oh, that's my forge spot. Okay.
Wes, is there any way to get rid of contracts?
There's a couple of cards in these decks that let you stash them underneath or discard them to get points.
Okay, but you can't. There's no standard action that you can take to swap them or an equipment upgrade.
Right.
Okay.
And there's no hand limit. They're not worth points in any other way.
Okay.
Okay, so just so I know anatomy of a card again,
Yep.
top left-hand corner is what you're going to get in victory points.
Yep.
bottom left-hand corner is what it's going to cost me to forge the weapon.
That's what you get immediately when you forge it. So you gain
Okay.
gold when you forge it.
And then everything in the brown strip in between those two on the left-hand side is what I have to forge. Otherwise, I can't do it.
So you need a guild affinity, a skill level, and then some amount.
I'll have to move the guild affinity. The guild is only for end of game. You don't need it to forge it. The only thing you need is your skill, and if there is a tool or
Okay.
equipment icon,
Hmm.
then
And
you have
then
to pay
on
for
the-
the lists on the paper.
On the paper, those are payments. Okay.
Got it.
All right, so everybody
Is there-
has
Is there like a fire burning in the background?
yeah, right here. Can you see it? It's to the right of your player board, Evan.
Is that making noise?
Do you want me to delete it?
Oh, is
No.
that what's making noise?
Are you enjoying the fire sounds? Yeah,
I,
what's
I just noticed it was happening.
Yeah, it's very subtle.
I actually thought it
white
was
noise.
feedback through somebody's mic.
Yeah. That's really
I can-
funny.
I can delete it if you want, if that's bothering anybody.
It's not bothering me. I wonder if it's actually it might be good to delete just because it's probably taking up some rendering space on my CPU.
It's good. All right.
Yeah, that's
Um,
more calming. I like it.
It is cool.
So now everybody can retrieve their assistants and blacksmith, put them back
All
on the
right.
board. The
Retrieve.
only one that has an extra one is Jack, because he decided it was important to hire somebody.
Sweet.
Nope. I didn't have enough money. I knew it was
Sounds
important.
ominous.
Okay.
Jack, I think he's dissing you.
I hope not.
And Trevor, because you're in the last place, you're the first to place a hammer, and then it goes clockwise. The only thing is you can't place in fourth.
Okay.
Hmm.
And that way it forces rotation of first turn.
Mhm.
Evan, are you watching the chat on?
No. Is anyone here?
I haven't. I
Are you
don't.
watching?
I don't have it on my screen.
Oh.
It's a good time to check. What are we?
I gotta.
Alright.
Yeah,
An
how's it
hour
going?
in. Hey, hi to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, hey everyone. Got a message from Ben Levy, Strongbox Games. What's
Oh,
up, Ben?
nice. Well, maybe
He's
I'll
watching at least.
maybe I'll
Ben.
go look.
Mantle of the Keeper coming soon.
Mantle of the
Yeah,
Keeper.
if anybody hasn't played Mantle of the Keeper yet, it's really good.
I played it earlier last week. That was pretty cool.
That's the-
yeah.
Is that the-
Oh
is
yeah,
that the
Wes,
card game?
you and I played it together. It was
Is that
great.
the card game?
It's a card-based skirmish game.
Okay.
Yeah.
It has a whole bunch of minis, doesn't it?
Cool.
Yeah.
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 Oh,
Okay.
maybe
That's
I
the
don't know
one
what I'm talking about.
Okay.
All right, Jack, you get to place a
Mantle of
hammer.
the
anywhere you
Yeah,
want.
if,
Oh, look,
I
we
am
have
going-
we have
I'm
people in
gonna
the
place
chat.
on this
Mantle of the
gem.
Keeper yet, it's really
All right.
Take a gem.
good.
What do I
Yeah,
take?
Matt-
Purple.
Matt, you get to
That's
take a
the-
hammer.
is that the-
first,
Oh
is
you
that
yeah,
get
the
a
Wes,
card
metal or
game?
brick.
you and I played.
Going second or third.
I'm gonna do the metal again.
So, Evan, you got no choice. You get another brick.
No choice.
Yeah, you
All
don't
right.
get no choice.
No choice. That's what you got.
Wah, wah,
Does-
wah.
Does your helper person that you hired, Jack, is that in for Infinity?
He has it
Okay.
for the rest of the game.
Yeah. hmm
All right.
He's my buddy.
You're up, Trevor. First player.
All right. I think I'm gonna hire somebody if I have enough money. Oh, I don't have enough money. Never mind. Let's go get some money.
Money.
Go get money.
Matt has the anvil.
And Sneaky Brick Games is here. Levi's here. We're bringing Levi
Levi?
back. Yeah, Levi Moat.
Yeah.
We're bringing
Gotta
him
have
back.
Levi back on for
Yeah, nobody could see his game.
It
That
wasn't
was-
just the achievement board, it was the whole thing.
Yes, exactly. I was less good at the tech at that time, and I'm not good now.
Wasn't that last week?
sure.
No, it was 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. It was 3 weeks ago.
What,
I'm learning over time. It's
I'm
a
not
pro.
here for
It's
the
a
game.
process.
I'm here to make fun.
It's a process.
Matt's got the big anvil.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm sorry.
Oh, No, just I didn't know if you heard over everything. else.
Yeah, no, I'm weighing all my decisions.
For the
here.
crazy people.
Yeah.
All good.
So if I place a guy on tools, I'll get a card, but if I place a guy on inventions, I get.
So tools lets you build something from the bottom of your board. Inventions let you draw 2 invention cards and just can choose one to keep.
Oh, that's okay. I had it backwards.
Equipment is the top of your board, and then buildings is the yellow card.
Sneaky Brick
All right.
says the stream is solid. I love that. And Jack,
I'm gonna
Solid.
draw-
Solid as a
Jack,
brick.
technically, as the co-host, your job to watch the chat. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, okay. And take your screenshots.
Yes.
Would you like me to rub your feet?
I mean,
All right. I'm gonna keep.
I
this
won't say
one.
no.
Probably the closest physically.
Yeah, so you reveal two.
It's the most possible.
That one goes back onto the pile
on the bottom.
on the bottom.
Guess I should pay attention.
We don't want your garbage.
All right, so Zach or Matt has gone, so now it goes over to Evan.
It is my turn. So,
One sneaky negotiator, a normal.
got a sneaky negotiator. I can go anywhere I want, but not on a blacksmith. Fair enough. So I could do an invention. Ooh. Oh. Delightful. I'm going to. This one. Okay. Cost one. Great. I love it. And I have a wood. So I'm going to I'm gonna go and that's a lie.
A lot.
I'm gonna go here.
Evan's got the wood.
I've got all the wood.
Jack, it's finally
Ooh.
your
Nice. Okay. What am I going to do? I'm going to place one of my guys in the market and I'm going to earn some money.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Way too fast.
Sorry.
minimum 3 minutes per turn. Minimum. Come on.
I was thinking the whole time. The only thing that distracted me was watching Matt's hair blow in the breeze.
Yeah, is that like a special effect or
It's pretty cool. Just makes me jealous.
Trevor is hiring. Nicely
Trevor.
done.
Is hiring, and I guess I'll pay my money.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Matt.
messing it up. Messing it up.
mess it up?
Is there any
Don't
other
mess it
cost
up.
to that, or is it just money? It's just
Just
money.
8 money. One-time
Okay.
fee. He's yours for life.
All right.
Mhm.
Never had a minion before.
They're quite nice. They rub your feet. They send you
Yeah.
photographs.
I was gonna say, other than Jack.
Yeah, this minion is slacking.
They check the chat.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder, Evan. Let's see what it was.
All right, Matt, I got the hammer anvil on you. Unless we lost him.
Oh no, he said he'd be right back.
Oh,
He needed to go to the RR.
He said he'd be right back.
I think he's flying down here to rub my feet. I could be wrong.
All right. Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You got the,
All right. I tried to hurry. I tried to hurry back.
You were just right on time.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Let me see here.
And we took everything good, so.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
I am going to come to the mine.
Money.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 of those.
I
All right.
shall build an equipment. I'm gonna build my wagon, which
Ooh.
costs me 1 less gold piece because it requires a wood cost
Oh, nice.
because of my wood shop. So I do spend this fiver. And that's it.
Excellent. Wait, my anvil got stolen. Jack.
Okay, nice. I'm going to place a guy here at the trading post. I'm going to sell my gem and I'm going to earn money.
$5. You could
One
sell something
transaction.
else or buy something else.
Oh, you can do two things.
You do two things.
That was one thing because you sold a gem for 5 money. So you can
Right,
do
right,
one more
right.
thing if you want to. You don't have to.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Well, hold on. In that case, and then I can buy. Well, I guess I'll. No, I don't. I don't want to do another thing. I'm just going to do that.
Good fun. So that was yellow. So we're back to Trevor, his final character, the blacksmith.
Hey, what about me?
What about you? Did I miss you?
What
Matt-
about Matt?
Oh
going
no,
by
Trevor's after me.
going by
Yeah.
the turn order.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I was going clockwise in my brain.
Oh,
It's like viticulture and
Yep,
five
yep.
times.
is your plan, Wes, to do this anvil as the actual like turn marker, but at a smaller scale?
Yeah, it'd be a little hollow plastic STL type of thing.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that is the plan, to have an anvil marker that's
Yeah,
for
we're gonna have
turn.
that physical thing on the board.
Okay.
Yeah. I like the talking anvil. That's a nice.
Okay,
If
so
it
nice
was
touch.
if it was made out of metal though, like that would be such a huge boost.
That's a nice stretch goal.
Right?
Yeah.
Real
Yeah.
metal anvil. We just lost money on the campaign.
Yeah. When you get to 400,000 deluxe pledges.
I mean small enough to where you could still make money, but like an actual metal anvil
That would be
dope.
sweet. That would be really
It
sweet.
would be really sweet.
You can use a pencil sharpener. That's your anvil.
Yeah.
So how do you earn? I don't know what you're calling it.
Yep.
Is it
Skill.
Yep.
Skill.
So you can earn skill by building your forge, by building your vice, by hiring your fourth worker, or inside the guilds, buildings, inventions decks, there are cards that give you skill.
Okay,
So
and is your vice when acquiring contracts, draw 1 extra, then discard. Okay.
It gives you a perk plus a skill, plus the points underneath.
Okay.
Mhm.
Triple with me.
And so sorry, you can get it that way, or what was the other way?
Your fourth assistant.
Your fourth assistant. Oh,
Once
if
you
I
hire
hire
your fourth assistant, you get the
if you
skill.
hire one more. Okay, I got you. And I have taken that spot, and you can't double up on these spots, right?
Is an order the same thing as a contract?
Yes, I used to have it so you had to do a separate action to deliver the order, and that was way too clunky. So I'll have to fix that verbiage.
Got it. Got it.
So what does that give me? That's 3, 6. That's that.
Jack
Yeah.
did go check out the chat.
Oh yeah, I'm monitoring.
He's all
I'm
over.
very active.
Now he's all over it.
When it comes to my turn, it'll be like, what? Oh, more money,
Right.
please.
What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'll take money. I'll just always take money. Each player mat is a stamped anvil.
Let's do that. Oh no, I'm already getting that. What am I doing? And I don't want that.
Yeah, it's your blacksmith you have to place. This guy, you don't have that guy yet, I don't think.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna put him over here so I don't get confused.
We're gonna call him Sam. Sam doesn't exist yet.
Sam does not exist.
Samson,
Everybody needs a Sam.
right?
I guess.
Board over.
do-
Watching
Trevor,
Stranger
is it still your turn?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Come on.
There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talking. It's hard to hear over the chatter.
The
I don't know.
plebs are talking.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, so now it goes to Matt because I know how to read a player order. Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
Well, to be fair, you can't see the board.
But I can see the anvils.
Okay.
I can see the anvils. Let me
Wait,
do
Trevor,
this.
what?
All right.
What did you do?
I went for metal. Oh, I should probably take the metal.
And
You
put your
get
worker there too. Oh, you
Get
put
3 plus 1.
the blacksmith.
Here we go.
Well, that's all I have. Some of us don't have a whole bunch of workers because we weren't hiring
I
them.
learned an amazing trick today. Does anybody want to learn it? Or not today, but when I played this game. So
Maybe.
if you
Sure.
pick up a cube, and then while you've got that cube picked up, and then you oops, I'm screwing things up here.
Are you talking about picking up lots?
Yeah, you can right click to pick up more than one, because I struggle with picking up single cubes all the time. You guys know it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm just not.
And then you have this like roving fireball that you could drop anywhere on the board.
Matt, I think, did you go?
No, I haven't gone yet. Can I go here with my forge guy?
Where?
No, you can't go to these two locations with the blacksmith.
He doesn't like going to
Okay.
the market or the trading
He
post.
doesn't. Yeah.
He's
He's
above
an
it.
introvert.
He's,
Beneath him.
He's
an
an
introvert.
introvert. All right. Feels.
I just
Too
like
many
I just like
people
my
are-
assistants and my anvil, and that's it. I don't even like my assistants.
Necessary evil.
Mm-hmm. That's a song on one of my albums.
Ooh, nice.
I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah,
a
don't
little.
you have
I'm a little
metal
bit metal.
band?
I do have a metal band.
I mean, come on.
Wait,
I
who is
d-
a metal band?
I didn't
Have it.
want to brag, but I did. Remember when I held this up? But I did. This is our
Is that
second.
like you actually have a metal band?
Yeah, that's my second album right here. No big deal. It's
What's
called.
your? Are you on iTunes?
I think so. I think we're on all that stuff.
All right. What's your name? I'm gonna
It's
get
called. It's called Axe Crack.
it. Axe Crack.
AXE. Yeah, Axe Crack. We
Let's
take
get
our
grungy.
we take ourselves real seriously.
I mean, yeah, no, I can tell. I'm gonna listen to that later.
Matt, download it after your turn.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it.
putting it on
I
as background music
really
right now.
need to hear what Axe Crack sounds like.
You know, listen to
It's,
the album and then come back and give us feedback.
yeah, no,
Yes, yeah,
it
exactly.
sounds like it's right up my alley. Okay, but wait, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, isn't it my turn yet?
No, it's my turn, and I think I've just screwed myself.
I love it.
So
Am I the only one that
I'm
feels
one
like
step
we should
closer
have
to
Axe
winning.
Crack in the background.
I
here?
am just going to check out. I get to draw two
Ooh,
of these
common
and pick
contracts.
one.
Mm.
Yeah.
You get to keep them. You get to keep 2 cards.
Ooh,
Oh, I get to keep both of them.
fancy.
Okay. All right.
The only thing that draws an extra one is your vice.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's it. That's my turn. All right, I'm gonna
Boop,
listen
boop.
to Axe Crack now.
I'm gonna take one of these
Very
things.
nice, very nice.
Any unforged contract cards you have at the end of the game are worth 1 victory point each. I feel like that's gonna be a highly
I feel like
likely.
that's right up with your strategy.
I feel like it is. You may place either your chisel or tongs, or you can play it immediately at no cost.
Those are both
pretty-
good ones.
That's pretty good too. I'm going to take this one because obviously I won't be able to tell what I'm not making. So that's the one I'm going to take.
All right, Jack has 2 workers
Sweet.
left, blacksmith and a workers.
Do I get to place both of them? Has everybody else already placed their?
Yeah,
I'm
because
out,
nobody has
I'm
any
out.
other actions to take the turn.
So I get to place both now.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hire another worker. I can do that, right? Even
You
though
have
this is
it?
blocked.
If you have 8 money, you sure can.
Oh,
yeah.
I have
Five.
so much money.
6, 7.
I should probably get some
8.
money and hire a worker.
Oh,
That
he
seems
can
like
do
a
that
good
with his
plan.
blacksmith?
So that means
Yes.
that he has achieved the first hammer drop.
And I get one
Congratulations.
skill. Yeah.
I asked that if I could put my guy there because this one was blocked.
Well, he doesn't have another color there, but you do.
Oh, you can't do more than one. So
Right.
even if I had this, I couldn't even use the blacksmith to go here.
Right.
What's
Dear-
which hammer drop do I get?
Square is
So you
one
haven't
only.
hired
Okay.
your four. Oh wait, sorry, I got rid of that one. Never mind.
Oh,
Can't have
okay.
Jack beating.
I
Who's-
replaced that one with the guilds.
Okay. Okay.
Is Jack hammer
That's
dropping?
fine.
He is.
No, I got his excitement up for no reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I'll
Doesn't want
survive.
to be the first one to drop a hammer.
I do. That's true. So I'm going to go. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to the mine and I'm going to get a diamond.
Right on.
Now, is the first one to drop a hammer worth 1 point or 5 points? 5 points?
5 points at the end of the game.
That's
Yep.
what I figured. I read it
Okay.
backwards and I was like, that doesn't make sense.
So just a quick question on that. If you were to build any equipment, the first one to build any equipment is going to drop a hammer.
For equipment. I
For
think.
equipment.
The number on top represents how many.
Oh, okay.
You have to build all your tools to get that.
And for those of you following along at home, I've written off to the right side here.
All right.
Because you can't see it on my table for whatever reason.
This is what it looks like.
I'll retrieve your
It's
assistants
beautiful.
and blacksmiths now.
All right. Come back home.
Jack
Come
gets to
back
place the first hammer.
home. Why? What did he get? What did he get?
What's up? No, he gets to pick the turn order.
Oh, pick the turn.
Because he's
Oh,
in
I
fourth.
forgot to take my 5.
I was like, I
And
thought he.
my
could
skill is
drop a hammer.
now 2, right, Wes?
Ink.
Your skill.
Because
Did
I get skill for the 4th guy, right?
Yes.
So I should be up at 2.
Oh, I don't think I. Did anybody know if I took my 5 for that?
Okay.
I
I'm gonna
must have
place-
when
I
put
don't
it on
know.
there, right? I must have.
I'm going to place my hammer on the gem.
Yeah,
So
I
I'll go
think Trevor,
fourth.
you got the 5 so you could afford your assistant.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Hammer on the gem.
All right. So that means Matt gets to place the next hammer on the turn order board.
And does this mean I should be moving my star up 1?
Yes.
Your star is
Yeah.
rising.
I'm a rising star.
Level 2 skill now.
I'm gonna
Not like
take a
ass
break.
crack though. That's
Why is that? Why? What?
it's like Norse metal in the forest.
And then I get to pick. I will
Yeah.
take. Do I need another brick? I've already got 2 brick.
You can use. You also need a brick for a grindstone if you choose to build that. So that's grindstone, and forge is the only thing that uses brick so far in the game. I'm considering putting it on some contracts, but I haven't.
Yeah.
Trevor, what moved your skill up?
My other little guy that I got.
In
so
that
you
case,
can be
I'll go
at 2
first.
as well.
Oh, you have 4 workers now?
Take a wood.
I have.
I don't think you hired a force. You've only hired one so far, Trevor.
Cheater.
Oh, that's not there.
'Cause you
Drop
have this
that
guy.
skill.
Yeah.
Drop that skill.
Right.
Yeah.
Sam needs to
Move
stay
back
over there.
down.
Drop it like it sucks.
But we do start with 1 skill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and Trevor, you get a medal because you get the last one to place. Your
Oh wait,
turn.
second is metal. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, Trevor.
Cool.
You get a
Trevor, you do
wood.
not get a medal.
You get a wood. Here, I'll hand it to you.
But Trevor, you get to go first. You have the anvil.
I thought I
have
thought I
the
was gonna grab a
anvil.
brick. Never mind.
Where'd you put the wood?
I stuck it right over here,
Okay. Fine.
like a
I
sneaky
want it
bee.
right there. Right there.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. There's your collection. Okay. But you are first now, Trevor.
Okay.
I did some take backsies.
I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that. I got that. I don't have enough of that.
The exciting conclusion.
Thrilling.
TK says good night. Speaking of
Will-
Galactic Cruise,
Will Matt still have hair in the morning at the rate that it is blustering?
We'll see.
Good night, TK.
Evan,
yes. What happened?
are
What'd I
your
do?
albums Release the Axe Kraken and Lobotomobile?
Yes.
Okay. I just downloaded both of them.
Lobotomobile?
Yes.
It's so good. That's such a good title.
Okay, it's my turn. And
Release the axe crack.
so which
I
let's see.
especially like the skeleton. That's
I have a feeling Evan's responsible for band names.
Or
Or album names.
It was a discussion. Okay, so tell me the difference between these contracts.
Okay, so taverns tend to use the most
What's a
wood.
discussion?
Gray tend to use the most metal. Purple are the only ones that really use gems.
Mhm.
Purple are the hardest to make, but are worth the most points.
Okay.
And then metal has the most weapons. Brown has the most furniture, so they kind of have different impacts in the game as you get used to the game.
All right, I'm getting a building.
Makes sense.
Related to that, but differently. Hire a new assistant. Do I have to pay anything for that?
That time it
Uh,
didn't.
no, you get that one for free.
Oh, I'm probably going to do that.
Wow.
Gain the
That's
top card of the
amazing.
military. I'm definitely going to do, and this goes over here in my developments also.
Yeah. And so that assistant goes on to that
Yep.
card until the beginning of your next turn.
Sweet.
So cool.
A nice
That was a
perk.
big play.
Don't be
Off to you, Matt.
jealous of my extra million.
That's Matt's turn.
Yes.
Should we call him hair?
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right.
I know. It seems like bragging with the wind on it and everything. You know?
I have hair too.
So Wes, when we're, can you
Yeah.
look at my card?
That is pretty.
I can see your cards, yeah.
The way it's
Okay, so
moving.
this purple card here,
Yeah.
all the stuff on the left side, those are all prerequisites, are they not?
So I've got to clear it up a bit. So the very top is the points that you get at the end of the game. The very bottom is the money you get as soon as you forge it. The guild symbol only matters at the end of the game. The white icons are the tools you have to have in play in order to forge it. And
Right.
the skill icon is how much skill you have to make it.
Okay, yeah. All right. That's what I thought. So I need to,
So you don't have to be part of a guild to forge anything. That's the one icon that's kind of throwing people up there.
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So I'm going to pay that and that to get that.
So to do that, you have to go to the tools spot on the board,
To the
To the
where is it?
tools.
right here at the bottom.
All right, there it is.
Right on.
Jack.
Matt?
Turn. That's it.
Jack.
So we're back to
Jack.
Jim.
Okay.
Run
Right,
home,
let's
Jack.
see.
Run home, Jack.
I am going to place a guy here at the trading post, and I'm going to sell both my gems, and I'm going to earn 10 gold.
Mm.
2 actions, and that's money for you. Nice.
Wow.
Boom.
Off to Trevor.
Wow.
How much is that? That's too much.
More gems. Get more gems.
I'm gonna place my.
Beautiful mind that gives you gems. It's a wonderful place.
Get more gems.
Trevor's going to the engineer. Are you going to pick tools or inventions?
Tools, and I am going to. Now again, does this mean I pay 2? This is the cost to do it.
Yeah, so the right is the cost, and then it goes into play.
Okay. So 2 and 1, and then it goes into play.
Excellent. Off to Evan.
Yes. Oh, it's my turn. I was trash talking in the chat. Okay. So what I could do is trade these dose gems.
You're copping Jack again. Nice.
Ooh,
Matt, back
I'll
to
take
you.
this whole stack, please.
I love when I influence the play on the table.
I was gonna do that even before you did it. So actually, you copied me. Just you didn't know it.
Oh, okay.
There's a future copy.
Exactly.
That's it.
You get it. You get it. Trevor gets it.
I get it.
Yeah, it's like the X-Men theory of time travel.
Exactly.
Wait.
I
Oh,
know
Matt,
that you knew that I was gonna know. So
Well, I knew that you would think that what I did was cool. So
I mean, I did,
that's why I did it.
but I did it first.
Did it well.
What's Matt gonna do?
All right.
In a world.
Making me sweat.
I need to come to the market.
Okay.
I'm gonna get rid of one of my coins to take a
Oh.
5 coin.
Okay.
Sweet.
Mm.
And
I
I played my blacksmith last round, right? Like I should still have this.
I don't know when you played them.
I think I played it last round.
I don't
You
think
should
so.
have one guy left.
Yeah. So yeah.
you definitely
yeah.
did do that last round.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
So I'm gonna play equipment. I'm gonna get my wagon.
Oh, not one guy left. Yes, correct.
Wagons. Oh,
And that should cost me 6 and 2 wood.
yeah. My anvil fell over. All right, you're up, Trevor. He's throwing my anvil around.
All righty.
Was that right? Is that what I had? I had 11. Yeah.
Just seeing how much I can tax my computer. As it re-renders the anvil a bunch.
I'm just wondering what I did with my other gem. I thought I had 2.
You one right here.
I have 1,
Oh, you thought you had two. I see.
but my first move went here. Did I not take 2? What did I do?
I don't see a guy up there.
It's not behind my cards. No. I didn't spend one in any way, did I? Like there was nothing to spend a gem on.
Only the castle cards, right? Mostly, usually.
Yeah, and
That's a card, or if you sold one for money, but I don't.
I didn't trade any. I think I'm short a gem.
I'll
I'm
give you
stealing
a,
one.
I'll
Oh,
just give you
oh,
one.
So if you win, there's an asterisk by that. Is that?
I think
If
I'm
you win
also
by
short.
1 point, you will know
It
why.
seems like you just cheated.
I think I'm also short $15.
I think that's true.
um, let's see. I don't know what to do. I can't do that. So let's do this.
Everybody's meeting in the market, and you're allowed to have multiple characters there. Yep, that's good.
Okay.
So we're back to Evan.
It's my turn. I will do the best thing. What was the best thing? Oh yeah. I buy my last worker like a boss.
That would
Okay.
be a skill.
Nice.
My turn. All right.
And then this goes here. And did I win?
You don't win, but your skill goes up 1 point.
All right.
Good.
All right.
All right. So I've had this card in my hand for like a while. I think I should have an extra coin. Because like the last the chisels,
Yeah,
like I shouldn't have spent my coin, right?
take it back.
All right.
Take
I'm gonna
it
take my
back.
coin. I'm gonna take my coin back.
That's right.
Take it on back.
All right. So this guy, I need to. What am I gonna do?
Well, if
I'm
nothing
not-
else, at least it's making you think.
I'm not great at this.
Mhm,
Hmm.
Let me see.
mhm,
I'm
mhm,
gonna need that.
mhm.
So I think I'm just gonna bring it up here, and I get 4 metal, right?
Absolutely,
Right.
Jack.
Okay. 1 sec.
Whoa,
I-
your coin press is a lot better than whatever I get.
Okay. I'm going to, let's see, what do I want to do here? I'm going to place Dang. I'm gonna place my worker.
His name is Dang, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'm gonna place
placed
my worker
Dang.
right here in the mountains, and with the wagon, I'm gonna get +1, so I'll get 4 metal.
Nice.
Seems like cheating.
That's my thing.
Trevor.
Okay, I'm gonna do. Where is that? Nope, that's taken. Dun, 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 dun. So these bottom spaces are, if they're filled, you're screwed. Like you can't. They got to be empty.
Yeah, and that's where.
So you can still build a building or an invention.
Mm-hmm.
He can't go here because he already has a green.
Oh.
He can do building or training. That's the only thing you can do on the bottom row.
And building, what's on these cards? What do they kind of do?
You look at Evans, he's got 2 in play right now. Sometimes they give you discounts. They always give you points or a guild icon that are.
Sometimes they give you a free worker.
Sometimes they give you a free assistant. You got it. There's many options. You can get a skill out of them. They're versatile.
Do they give you points possibly or no?
Yeah.
The
on the
buildings
top
do
they
tend
have
to give you
points.
points.
They do. Okay.
And if you have 4 developments, you also get an achievement hammer.
Flavor text will be added here, maximum 2 lines.
And how many do I draw? Just one?
You draw 2 and keep 1.
Doesn't matter if you guys see them, I guess.
No, technically the word will be revealed. 2.
You may exhaust a worker here to discard to 3 metal for 1 victory point and 1 gold each. Place an assistant on its.
Oh, discard up to 3 metal, probably.
Yeah, so it's like an extra worker spot for you. You could put a worker there.
Nice.
Trevor,
Oh,
have you been sneaking
put a-
resources?
that jewelry shop is dope too.
These
Me?
resources are not honestly acquired.
Which
Those
one?
are-
They were.
That's
told
what
you.
that's what
was-
Trevor's been doing.
Going to get wood and metal. That's all I've been doing. I've been working my ass off, and you guys have been reading cards. Okay, so I can exhaust a worker, meaning I can put a worker on here, like
Yep.
use their action, they're exhausted.
Yep.
To discard 1 gem for 2 victory points, or the other one is to discard 3 metal for 1 victory point.
And then it's Matt after
it would
that.
be nice if those guilds matched what my contracts were going to be, or does that matter? That only matters for
These
guild
guilds,
cards.
these matter for guilds that you have acquired, which are your workers or your guild cards.
Workers.
Your
Which,
training.
oh,
There's
those.
certain things
Gotcha.
that
Okay.
They're affiliated with guilds.
Okay. Well, I seem to have a lot of metal. So let's keep that one. That goes in developments, is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my really long turn. Sorry.
Evan, you already went, I think.
I don't have any more guys.
Oh, you're up. Okay, so Matt.
Yeah, I'm out as well.
Oh, okay.
So it's Jack. Excellent. Okay, so here's
Just check.
It's Jack.
I'm gonna place my guy on the mine. I'm gonna earn 2 diamonds.
Gems.
You needed that.
Gems,
You
2
needed
gems.
that building to sell each gem for 2 victory points.
I know. I do need that building. So I'll do that. Except I keep selling them. And then do I place my blacksmith as well? Okay.
Your turn again.
Okay, I'm gonna place my blacksmith on the guild.
Ooh.
So I think, am I the first to draw guild cards?
Yep,
What do you do? Draw
pick
2?
one.
Draw 2
Wow.
and pick 1. Okay, so coppersmith, that'll earn me
Oh, you
3
just
gold
get
and a
some
wood.
stuff, huh?
Or brownsmith, that'll earn me 2 gold and a metal.
Reminds me of my time in the court as a poopsmith.
Well, I'll be a brownsmith. That's just fine for me.
I mean, it's a job that needs to get done. So
Yeah. Mike Rowe says it's one of the best jobs.
You knew Homestar Runner, I think.
I did.
All right. We're
Two.
good guys, and Jack gets to choose first hammer placement.
Cool. Okay, great. So let's see. I get that. That's a guild card, goes over here.
Yeah.
Get my guys.
And those guild cards are pretty good. I should not ignore them.
All right, everybody, take back your people.
Take them on back.
Where's my other guy? What happened to him?
I wouldn't worry about that. He might have
Evan,
fallen
did
off.
you take my guy?
He might have fallen off the back of a truck.
I'm being poached.
So at the
Just
moment,
to say, maybe he lost a leg. You know.
He's an infamous
Jack.
blacksmith.
Jack, you have one guild and nobody has guilds, but Evan could have gotten a guild on this blue card potentially. Is that?
He could have, yeah. He chose the negotiator. I think the other one he had.
The other one did have a guild, I think.
I'm just gonna go first and take a
What
wood.
an idiot.
Whoa, idiot!
Right, Matt.
Freaking idiot!
Okay.
No,
I
not
get-
you, Jack. Evan.
Wait, what time is it? Oh, it's after 10. Trevor's turning into a gremlin.
Yeah.
Don't feed him.
Go-
Don't.
No water.
Is anybody fed? Fed Trevor.
Green light.
I get to choose
Matt?
next.
You can go second, third, or
I'm gonna. What am I gonna do?
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna go third and take the brick.
third.
Mm.
Kevin, you're up.
Mm.
Diamond or metal?
Well, obviously.
Oh, you know what? That's why I only had one gem.
Because you cheated? Is that?
That goes back in the.
And the truth shall set
Uh-huh.
you free.
Uh-huh.
That was the gem right there. Yep.
Mm,
Liar.
Liar!
All right,
I
Jack.
don't.
You take a medal, Trevor.
Okay, I'm first.
Just-
So
just-
I'm going
just 10?
to place equipment.
Yep.
And I'm gonna snag my vice, which will increase my skill.
Vice is a tool.
And-
So I'm gonna move your guy over here.
What's that? Oh, it's a tool. Yeah, sorry. Tool. And then so 2 metal, and then it cost me 4. So I'm gonna pay that. Take 1.
Axe
That's
cracker
me.
is also a tool. Just so you know,
What's that?
an axe cracker is also a tool.
That's true.
Oh, okay. Nice.
It is a tool.
Trevor, you're
Those guys suck.
mm.
Why am I so slow right now?
Oh yeah, you're at 999.
Whoa.
Your connection's not looking too
Can you
good.
guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah.
Well, because we're
Yeah.
connected audio on Zoom.
Oh man.
I'm gonna delete my sword and handle. Maybe I'm chewing up space. I don't know.
Oh, it says unstable. This is not good.
I
Come
think
on.
you're okay.
I can still see you moving stuff around. If my computer can handle
I
it,
can't
You
stop
you
moving
stabilized.
stuff.
you're good now.
stabilized.
You're good now.
Okay,
Mhm.
there
You're
we go.
stable.
Yeah.
Ping is down. Ping is down.
Thing is
It
down.
was close,
Yeah.
but we've made it.
Woo!
All right. Well, Jackson
Thing is
Dick in
down.
this spot.
Jack is a dick. Wow.
That's the co-host you're talking to.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
okay. It's
Treat
okay.
him with-
Never
treat him with
speak to the host
respect.
that way.
Don't say it to Evan,
No.
or I'll come over there.
And rub your feet. You will not have ever known such comfort.
What on earth are you drinking?
Why
And I
it's,
was drinking.
What
Tang.
is it? What is that?
it's silver metal. No, it's a it was
Silver medal.
it was a really
fine.
old matcha honey latte from earlier today.
That's just a little cooler that you have.
Well, it's it's like a thermos.
A little thermos, yeah.
Yeah, and it keeps it hot, which is to say it's very room temperature.
Is it Matt's turn? Matt, is it your turn?
I'm not sure. Is
You
it?
have the yeah.
He has
I
the
have
conch.
thing.
He
I have
has the
thing.
conch.
Okay. All right. So I had a thing that I was gonna do. Okay, I got it.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to let me see. It was this
Mm-hmm.
second.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, I had a thing.
Dun, dun,
I'm
dun.
going to. Can I just send a guy down here and get a skill?
Send a guy down where?
Down here? Is that what this is?
No, that's when you
No.
hire a force.
And
When you hire your force assistant, you get a skill.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's no way to just like, other
You
than
can't
these
just- you can't
things,
just
there's
buy
no way to.
skills
can't just
and-
make
Yeah,
yourself
yeah,
skillful.
yeah. No, yeah. Okay.
If
I
you
thought
just
that's
say
what it
you're-
was.
You
I
could
thought
just say
that's
build
what
your
it was.
vice.
All right,
If you
I'm
build
gonna
your vice and
come.
you build
No.
your forge, you get a
I'm
skill.
gonna come down here. I'm gonna go to equipment. That's the thing I need. Yeah. Okay. So I am going to pay my 5 coins. I'm gonna pay my wood, pay my brick, and I'm gonna get my
Wow.
grindstone.
Wow.
Put his nose to the grindstone. He's ready to roll now.
Yeah.
Rub his nose in it. Okay.
Evan is training his folks again.
Training.
wait.
An engineer or a historian.
Exhaust
Man.
to perform either action at the engineer location. I like that. I like
So we're all
that.
developing our archetypes. Like
Each
Evan's
of
the
your
studious
royal
blacksmith.
contracts.
Trevor's the guy working harder, not smarter.
Now,
That is me.
now,
I like the-
Wes,
like
is this historian? Is that completed royal contracts?
correct. You have to have them forged.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
should put the word
let's-
forged in there.
yeah. Let's not do that. That was a mistake.
Evan does not want to live up to the title of the game. We got it.
That definitely has the nicest forge.
I don't know about that.
It's got cool stuff.
Jack is up.
Right.
He's looking at the board.
Okay, I am going to do this. I'm going to place my worker. No, sorry. I'm going to place my blacksmith over here, and I'm gonna get my chisels.
Wait,
That
can
is
you
no
you,
action, sir.
you cannot go there
Can't do it.
twice.
Only
Oh,
one
you
color
can't.
per spot.
Nice try though.
Okay, interesting. I thought
Cheater.
the blacksmith didn't apply to that. So
Skeeter cheater.
in
His
that
color
case,
matter. The blacksmith's color matter.
okay, in that case, what I'm going to do
Pumpkin Skeeter.
is- Okay, I'm gonna.
Who's got one poison?
Well,
over
this
here?
is throwing me off. I'm gonna do a guild card. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
let's see, guilds. Whitesmith or
Trevor.
locksmith. Ooh, whitesmith or locksmith.
Ooh, the gem.
I gotta locksmith it.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna do locksmith. I'm gonna take a coin.
You're up, Trevor.
Yeah.
Take a
Hmm.
gem.
Jack is
I think
the,
technically it would be European Trevor. Not just Europe.
Yeah, I got it.
Dead jokes? Dead jokes? No? All right,
Which
it's
is-
fine.
It wasn't
Fine.
worth acknowledging.
That's how my wife feels as well, oddly enough.
And my kids. Oh crap. What am I gonna do? You guys keep stealing the spots. Mhm.
the bottom spots become very important. Yeah, I can see why they get picked early often.
Mm.
Now I have a question, Wes. If I wanted to choose contracts,
Yeah.
is there any way I can like, is there a likelihood that they will match up with certain guilds? Like locksmith is purple, the castle is purple. If I take a a royal contract, am I more likely to get a locksmith job or no?
Each stack has an equal number of each guild. That's the way it's balanced out.
Okay.
I will do. What do I want to do? I will do a quick. Oh.
Mhm.
Is my ping rate going up?
No,
you're
you're
fine.
good. You're good.
Okay. I will do equipment. And then do I do it right away?
You do.
Okay. I don't know if I did my last one, but whatever. Anvil,
Eater.
I think I moved that up and shouldn't have.
basic.
You built an anvil, and Matt took the anvil.
Well, I gave it over to Matt.
Oh,
Okay, 5, 6, and 2 of these guys.
what's Matt gonna do?
What is Matt gonna do?
Okay.
Besides have awesome hair.
What?
Does anything else matter?
I don't think so.
I'm not jealous. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
God dang. This is the one here. So how do I get it? How do I get to do that? Oh, this sucks.
Game sucks.
Game sucks.
I think that's actually
No.
positive feedback.
Yeah, right.
I
Exactly.
didn't know the game doesn't suck. I suck at the game. That's there's a difference. It's a difference.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Wes, I have a thematic question.
Yes, sir.
Do you blacksmith, or how do you know how'd you gain the knowledge of this kind of stuff?
So I've never done anything with blacksmithing. I watched a couple of seasons of Forged in Fire and watch it off and on, and I just love the concept of it. I've always liked medieval weapons and armor.
Mhm.
And so I did research online, and I got a few books from the library. when I
Oh,
was
cool.
trying to come up with the concepts for the tools and whatnot.
Yeah, because the theme seems very tightly integrated, and like looking at the contract cards and some of those pieces, it looks like it looks realistic.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was afraid, Jack, you were gonna say, because I used to be a blacksmith, and because every time we play a game, you're like, oh yeah, I got my master's in birdology one time, and
Mhm.
My fourth degree was
That's right. Yeah.
what?
So Matt
There
Webb,
you go. There you go, Evan.
All right.
I went to the market. I got 5 coins.
What? That's what I was gonna do.
Well, it's what I did. So
Oh,
So now you can't.
just feels like cheating.
I thought you wanted to be the first to drop a hammer, Evan. Now's your chance.
Well, how do I drop a hammer?
Invention.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna go to the. Now, do these contracts require money?
No, the contracts earn you money when you play them
Mm,
because people are buying your goods. So they earn you money when you play them, and they get you points at the end of the game. So they're valuable in several ways.
okay. And
Where
do
do
you
you
all
mark-
see the contracts when I take them?
Oh no, sorry, you draw them directly.
No. Okay. Okay.
Where do
I'm
you
gonna
mark
take.
victory points for like this card here. Like, how do you keep track of your victory points?
You draw victory point tokens.
Oh, right
Sorry,
there.
sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna take a castle card. And I just take one, and I'm gonna flip it up, and you guys can tell me what I've got. Wait, I'll try to put it in my hand and see. Does that work?
I'll send you a picture of it. I'll send you the JPEG.
Oh, where did it go? Oh, it's gone now.
Just drop it.
I'll send it to you.
Evan, drop the card.
Drop it.
Am I still holding it?
Yeah, you're still holding it.
Oh, wait, I see it. It's somebody else is moving it around now.
Let it
I
go.
sent it to you.
Let
You
it
got
go.
it in your
You sent it in my because I was wondering if it goes in my hand. If
There
Oh,
it's
God.
gone. Oh,
I love it. I love it.
you put it in my hand. Put it in my hand.
I did, and then somebody moved it.
oh, I was trying to grab it from him because he felt it's like a kid on steroids.
Okay, it's in my hand now. And if I flip it over in my hand, it still is blank. Okay, great. Got it.
Evan's hands are so greasy.
Well, you know.
That's why, yeah.
So I got this is my card, Wes. Security windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's currently Baxter.
My turn.
You guys are
Cool.
toast.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do.
You guys are toast.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the market. The trading post, rather, not the market.
On off
and-
some gems again, Jack. The gem
So
pawn.
just for
Oh,
those
that's
following
yeah.
along, security windows is
I'm
worth
going to-
5 victory points and 6 money. It's got a blue build symbol. It only requires level 1 skill, so not that hard. 2 wood and 4 metal.
Yeah. So the guild only matters at the end of the game. You don't need the guild to make it.
Cool.
Okay, that was my move.
Right on. That was green. So off to Matt.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Not the
yeah.
wrong guy.
That was yellow. That was yellow.
So what card do you have there, Evan?
It's
What,
called security windows.
What kind of card is it? What
That
is
is
it?
that's a castle. Oh, wait, where did my
Okay.
card go? It was in my hand.
Still there.
It's still there. It's just off to the
It's
side.
upside down. When I
Did
flipped it
somebody?
over,
Oh, there it is. Okay.
you can only see it in your head. It's
What
flipped
do I
over.
do? I'm not sure what I want to do. I can go.
I love these little drawings. These little sketchy drawings on the.
I drew them all on my Procreate on my iPad with an iPad. So it took a long time.
I love.
That must
yeah.
have taken a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, those look great. I love that old sketchy style, like old, the old RPG books and stuff.
To the charcoal pencil. Yeah.
Yeah. I
I'm
like
gonna go market. I'm good.
You're good.
Okay.
Then we're off.
Sehr gut.
All right. Now it's my
For it,
turn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go to here. I'm gonna spend my 4, so I'll take one of those coins back.
2
And
people
I'll
are
spend
actively watching.
Sweet.
2 of those.
It might be one of them. Might be me.
Oh, and
And
one of them is definitely me. So
I'll get a skill.
Nice work. Nice work. Back
Do
to
I
Adam.
get these 4 points immediately?
They just count up at the end of the game.
Okay,
Mhm,
cool.
mhm, mhm.
That's my turn then.
I
Sweet.
am. I mean, I'm
Who
gonna.
gets Evan?
I'm gonna go here and get 4. Count them. 4.
Bye.
Hi ho. Hi ho.
Back to
Sweet.
Jack.
I'm gonna go to the trading post again.
Hi ho.
Um,
Hi ho.
And while I'm here, I'm gonna sell this gem.
It's
but
off to
I'm
work
going
we
to.
go.
But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a brick, because a brick will cost me 4, right? So I traded a gem for 5. I took 1 coin and a brick.
That works.
Okay.
Trevor.
But you can cross.
Mojane.
I sold a
but-
gem, bought a brick. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you buy it. You took a brick and a coin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi ho.
Right.
Hi ho.
What do I want to do?
Marshmallow in my hand.
I think I want that, which is that.
I only have
which
2
is
coins. I think I should have 15 more.
I think so. Let's just throw them on there.
that, and I need that. So I think I should just get. Let's just do this.
Mhm,
Let's
mhm.
do this.
Yep.
1 contract for the.
For the
2 and choose. Is that it? Or we'll just take 1?
Just 1.
Oh, okay.
All right, Matt, back to you.
I'm out of guys.
You're the guy. All right. Evan, you've got
Evan.
one dude left. Your
I
negotiator.
do have one dude left.
And you have your blacksmith. So
And I have my blacksmith. So, what I'm gonna do...
I was missing my gem again.
I'm gonna take 5 money.
Not playing that.
How come there's a green guy? Oh, you can't take. Oh, yeah, you're negotiator. You
Yeah,
switch.
yeah.
All right, Jack. Back to you.
Suck it, whoever I'm on top of. Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to place my last guy right. Oh man, where was I gonna place him?
Hi-ho.
I'm gonna place him in the, let's see, maybe buildings or inventions.
You can't
Which
do
really-
it. You cannot do invention.
I can't because I have a yellow guy here.
Yep, yep.
Is that what I want to do? Oh man.
Well,
I was thinking too far ahead. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'll take my buildings. I was already like on the next turn. So I get to look at 2 of these and then pick
Yeah.
one.
You pick one.
Back to me. All right. I am going to take... Now, I can't go here because I've already got a duder there, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to go to the barracks, and I just get 2 barracks cards? No, not the
Yes.
whole stack. Okay.
All right.
Whoop. And then
whoever
can
needs
you send me a photo here?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Excellent.
One is weather vane and the other is flails.
Oh. Sounds like a really good metal band. Weather Vane Flails. Actually, that would be the name of the lead guitarist.
The band I think is Weathervane.
Yeah.
And
The first album.
The album is Flails.
Yeah. Yep. Nope.
Yeah.
You're correct. You're correct.
I think the drummer is Flails.
Yeah,
That's
Ooh,
probably
yeah,
true
yeah,
too.
That's a
no,
good
that
point.
could be good. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah.
All right. Take
Grab our
everybody
guys.
back. And Evan, for the first
Yeah.
time, you get to pick the first hammer.
Well, rub it in. I'm gonna take a gem.
Trevor, you get to pick the second hammer.
Whoa! I don't get his development.
Oh, that's not me. I'm green.
Okay.
Or still green.
And then does Matt get to choose? Or I get to choose. I'll choose brick.
Clockwise, yeah.
You
Matt,
choose
you have the choice but to take a metal.
I have to choose metal. Okay.
And Trevor has the anvil.
I have more metal than I know what to do with.
You're
At least
welcome.
he's 3 there.
Hmm?
Yeah,
At
let's
least
see.
3 there.
Now I should be up a fame. Or up a whatever you call it. Sorry, that's a different game. I get 2. I'm on 2 stars now, right?
I don't know. What'd you do?
This
Yeah.
guy. I actually earned him this time instead of fake earning him like last time.
Yeah, you should be at 2 stars now.
Okay.
That's the time. Trevor's gonna make tools.
Trevor's going for tools. Sending it to Matt's turn. Paul.
If I can actually do that.
Hammer and a vice.
Let's see. Do that. I can do. Can I do that?
Which tool are you making there, Trevor?
Yep.
Oh. Shit.
I forget you do it right away.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yep. That's me. Sneaky Brick is still here with us.
Uh-oh. Delayed.
Nice.
Delayed.
Sam.
Which, if I'm not misremembering, is
Oh, and one of them is always
Sam.
me.
Sam Barmettler. Right?
And what else do I need for that? I need a medal.
Matt, what are you up to?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Do we actually take these, or do we just count those off the board later? The victory points.
Can I-
I think you just
Count
count
them
them later.
Okay.
I guess I shouldn't answer. It's not my game. Well, what
Can
I
I
would
get,
do.
can
Moderator
I get
says count 'em
skill
later.
from any of these?
Get skill from some training cards, some inventions, some buildings, and some guilds. So in any one of the decks, there is a possibility of getting skill.
Mhm.
So I should, all right, so I should do that. I'm gonna do this. So I get 2 guild cards.
Hi-ho.
So there
Hi-ho.
two building cards. So that's the yellow ones. Here is 2 red ones. If you wanted guilds, it's up here on the guilds.
Oh, okay. No, that's all right. That's what I wanted to.
So
2 guilds.
No, I want to do this.
now
All
that
right.
I'm actually
those.
taking these contract
You-
cards and Wes is sending me what I took,
You don't
I-
want to use your.
I am
your
now
forger,
forming.
though.
I am now forming a strategy.
You don't want to use this one though, do you?
I don't know.
Use it. Do it.
I already did it, so like
It's been
whatever.
done.
It's done.
It's been brought.
Yeah, it's no.
It's been brought.
It's fine. It's
Okay.
fine.
I
Now,
will do
Matt, you get to
this.
pick one of those, and the other one you get rid of.
You son of a.
What
do that.
What's I need
Sorry,
to
Matt.
discard one. That's what you
Yeah.
said.
They get revealed. You pick one that goes into play right away, and the other
Yak.
one
Wait, where did they go?
on the table.
Right here on the developments. They go up here.
All right. I am going to.
Architect.
I'll let Matt
All right.
finish his
I see.
turn.
I think
Well,
I gotta keep this one.
That goes
Ooh,
into play right away on your development section.
shoot! I should have just left that. Oh well, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late to apologize. Too late.
Next turn, or I think
Okay, so what I did is I placed here for equipment and I upgraded my forge so that it advanced my skill, and then
Right.
I also I paid 8 and 2 brick.
now when you forge, your blacksmith can forge 2 items because it's just that good.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right, so now it is Blue's turn. Or
I already
did you wanna
went.
go in?
I already
All
went.
right.
Trevor's turn.
Trevor.
I trained another
You're
guy.
an architect. Awesome. An architect and an engineer, man. Nobody can block you.
Unblockable. You can't block this.
It's actually a good combination to have with the strategy you have. I like it.
Wait, what's my strategy? Remind me again.
Thought you were doing
Don't-
everything but forging.
Don't reveal Evan's strategy
Go
to
ahead.
him, Wes.
Go ahead and just tell me what my strategy is real fast. I
Don't
already
you do it, Wes.
I know what it is. I just want to make sure anyone watching the stream knows.
Right. I can't remember. Have a short mind. Trevor's strategy.
Trevor's placing.
I'll be right back.
Is the only place to get guilds with your
Blacksmith.
blacksmith right there? Okay.
You can also get guild symbols by training your people. As you can see, Evan has one guy that's trained as a coppersmith.
Right.
So technically he's part of that guild, even though he has no guild cards.
And hiring, you could still hire if you had cards that you could take people on like Evan does.
Wes,
Yeah.
is this achievement over here guild icons or guild cards?
3 different guild cards. So 3 different, as long as you're part of 3 different guilds.
3 different guild cards. Okay, got it.
Oh man.
There's 7 different
There we go.
colors.
Um
You can also be part of a guild if
Too
you have
late for Papa John's.
the guild.
I
And
can do that.
closer
I can do
to.
that. I can do that.
That counts
So
for the achievement.
Yep.
anytime you want to
Card
do,
switcher.
anytime you want to do one of your cards in hand, that is your forging action, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's putting your guy
If it's a
on-
contract. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
I
only
have-
card you should ever have in your hand.
I have
Oh, yeah.
one. I have one guild already, y'all.
You do. You are a part of the coppersmith.
You better look out.
Oh,
Evan has too many resources.
okay, I'm gonna take.
Don't be
Yeah, he's only built
jealous.
anything. He's only built a wagon. That's all he's built.
Whoa. Why are you harshing my mellow
Is it
over here?
is it my turn?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I went.
You've got the
Trevor-
anvil.
You went and then it goes to Matt. Matt, did you
Well-
take your turn already or
No. I don't heard it.
No, I have one more. All right.
No, I think you just got metal, didn't you? Or was that earlier?
I got metal on my last turn.
Okay.
Is it back to me?
Yeah.
Trevor has taken 2 turns. How many turns have you taken?
I have
2?
taken 2.
But yeah, it's Jack.
okay?
Jack's
okay.
turn.
Okay. All right. Great. I'm going to place my blacksmith here to advance a tool. So I'm going to make a hammer. So I'll take
Mhm.
2 and that'll cost me a metal and it will
Mhm.
cost me a wood.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to use this guy right here,
Yep, right on
Boop.
the card.
and I'm going to build an anvil, which costs me 6 in 2 of these buddies. Those are infinite bags, right?
Infinite.
Yep.
Delete your resources.
Oh, I can't delete.
I'll take care of it.
Oh.
Trevor's turn.
What are buildings again?
Buildings are the yellow cards. And you can see above the worker space there's a
I can see that they're the yellow cards. What are they?
This is a building here, and these are both buildings.
So they're gonna get me
They do cool
Most-
abilities.
mostly okay. And inventions are cool abilities as well.
Yes, just slightly different cool. This
Yeah.
is an invention here.
they're very similar cards.
So they're all development cards though.
Yeah, they all go in the same spot. Yeah, up to 4 of them, even though your board says 5.
Okay, that's
Don't be
so. Do I choose 2 or choose from 2? Is that the thing?
You're not allowed to go here because you already have a green guy here.
Oh yeah. Go over here. Choose from
You-
2.
You
Jack,
reveal
Jack,
2,
did you see the comment in the?
and you pick one.
Yeah.
Stop laughing at me.
Don't laugh at me.
Uh, get your hand off my
The guild
card.
the guild code is pretty easy.
Rubbing my feet's not that hard.
You may exhaust an assistant here to gain the top card of the guild deck. Place the assistant on its side on this. So I'm gonna get a guild card.
So that's like a new worker placement spot for you if you take that one. And when you put a guy there, you get a free guild card. Otherwise, your other building gets you just a skill.
Ooh, that's a tough choice. I want to keep both of those and ditch this one.
That's the goal. Tough choices.
Is it still your turn, Trevor?
Whoa.
Just settle down over there,
Pick his card. I'm not-
Whoa.
Mr. Northwest.
Whoa.
I think. Yeah, I think I'll do that.
All right. Go ahead, Matt.
All right.
There are
Well,
six
Well,
buildings.
let me see.
so does Trevor now have 2 guilds?
Trevor, he has 2 guilds and he has a spot that he can acquire a guild card with an assistant.
Do I have guilds or do I have to match them to my guild card?
I'm sorry, these ones you have to match to guild. These are
Okay.
because right is what you need to match with left.
So I
Alright.
don't have them yet, but I can.
Oh, you don't have them. But I do have one guild.
You have a guild, but you have nothing affiliated with your guilds yet. So right now you
Maybe I do.
So I'm gonna
Loser.
let's see.
Matt, what do you have to? Are you forging?
Contract.
Oh, you should match those. Oh, okay.
Oh, is that a? Oh, that's a forge, and I don't have my guy.
Only your blacksmith.
Yeah, I don't have my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bummer.
Mm-hmm.
This
You can
is
train some of your people to become blacksmiths. But
What?
What?
You can
they're
extra
in the
blacksmiths?
training deck. They're in the training
In the
deck.
training deck.
Oh.
Yeah.
where's the
So you have to have extra pieces for more blacksmiths?
No, they can go on your forge as though they were a blacksmith.
Oh, I see.
where's the action space for that?
If you want to train somebody, it's on the bottom right of the board. That
Okay,
lets you
yeah.
draw 2 cards and train one of your guys to become that, like Evan has here. So that's
Yeah,
pretty good.
I think I might as well.
You can't go there.
It's
I'm already
blocked.
there.
Oh, I
I'm already
can't.
there.
I can't stack them.
No.
Uh,
I love
You
the
saw
bottom of
me.
the
You saw
card.
me stacking because I have a fancy ability from training that allows me to stack on train.
I don't have. All right. Well,
I love
It's
the
just a
bottom of the
small-
card, Wes.
What's that?
I love the bottom of the card. Flavor text will be added here, maximum 2 lines.
Yeah.
It's kind of like oh, what was that? Friendly gesture.
Yeah.
Friendly gesture.
It's coming.
I'm just.
If-
I'm
if
taking
you've
4
seen-
wood. I
seen
don't.
More wood for Matt.
Yep.
Okay, I'm up.
Mr. Jack.
I am going to place in the mine. I'm going to earn 2 gems.
The mine.
Evan.
The mine. I'm going to. I think I'm going to forge. Let me double check my texts.
The guy who doesn't want to forge is going to forge.
I think I'm gonna, because I'm gonna get 2 extra gold out of it right now that I've got my envie. Yes, I'm gonna forge this one.
Oops, sir.
What's he forging? What are you
He
doing?
doesn't even know.
It's a security window, and it costs me 2 of these. Whoa, what does that sound?
You're forging, eh?
Oh, that's the
Oh.
forge sound.
Nice.
And 4 of these.
Nice.
I was like, do we have to evacuate?
And I
room?
have at least 1
Fire
skill,
alarm.
and that's gonna give me 5 in-game points, and I'm gonna take 8 gold right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
6, I think it says. If you're doing security windows, that's first.
Yeah, 6.
But I have the anvil.
Oh, you have the anvil. That's right. Take some extra money.
Suck.
Congrats.
Cool.
You have your first forge card that goes into your contract side there.
Well, forging is pretty cool. We should be doing that more.
And so now, do I now have?
There's a magical word written on the front of the box, guys.
Do I have that blue guild, or I just
Weird.
no?
That blue guild is, so if you have that guild, that gets you a point, gets you a guild at the end of the game.
A
So
point
you
at
want
the end
your
of the game.
right, you want your right to match your left.
Okay. I have the ones on the left. I get points for the ones on the right if I have them on the left.
Yes.
Yes.
Understood.
So now we're back to Trevor.
Trevor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have to move
So-
my guy on the forge.
So if I wanted brick, I'd have to have coin to trade for brick, or can I trade wood for brick? Or
Yep. You could sell a wood. You basically have to buy the brick for 4 gold, but you could sell something first as your first action. You get 2 actions.
okay, I'd have to turn it into gold,
Okay.
and then I'd have to buy the other item.
I
Right.
see.
You could sell your precious gem to buy a brick if you
Your
really want.
precious gin.
All right.
But don't forget that you sold it.
Ipsum lorem.
I think I'm gonna just do this,
That'll
which
get you.
means I get a guild card, right?
You just draw the top card of the guild deck, regardless of what it is. And that you
And
now
it just
part
goes
of that
up
guild.
here.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, flip it. You get the rewards on it. So
Flip it.
Yes.
a gem and a gold.
Jimmy. I get that
You
gem
now
finally.
have off to you, Matt.
All right. I don't have anything. I don't have any guys.
That's right. You chose not to train anybody.
Yeah.
That's me.
Well, no, I couldn't train anybody.
You couldn't.
I'll go to the training post. I'll sell my gems. I'll earn 10.
Sorry, I meant
next.
you haven't hired anybody.
What's the 2 in the bottom mean
Of what?
Next. Who's up?
of this?
Evan.
That's just the card number.
Oh, did Jack already go?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm going to perform either engineer. I'm going to build something. Oh, I cannot. I'm going to shoot. I think I just want to make this 4. So that's an equipment. So I'll use my assistant to go here.
Yeah. While he's building, Trevor, you can go because he's determined his action.
Yep.
Okay. I will.
And Dos Bricosos.
I'm gonna do what the box says.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do I put it here?
I love the forge. How does the forge sound happen? What triggers it?
He's forging.
You moron.
So what happens is there's an anvil, and then you put a piece of metal on top, and then there's a hammer.
Gotcha. So I take it when I place my blacksmith here, it makes the sound. No, it doesn't.
I'm running a YouTube app of
Wes is
forged
running it behind the scenes.
I was like
Okay, so
dumbfounded by the magic of that.
I have to
Mission
pay the wood and pay.
Mission
Yes,
accomplished.
You've got the skill, you've got the chisel, you pay 6 wood and 3 metal, and you get 8 money
Okay.
for your fancy coat racks. You've helped the tavern get some nice coat racks. They're very grateful.
And the victory points is just on the card at the end, right?
Yeah, and then these go on the right. So
Oh, okay.
now, if you
But-
have any of the matching guilds at the end of the game on your left side of your board, they're going to be worth points
Fancy.
according to the chart.
Oh,
I'd
okay.
say.
So you gotta have them on both sides.
Yeah,
Wes,
so
I'm realizing now why you say the guild cards are the most difficult thing. You've explained that like 8 times in this game.
I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out the best way to balance it and share it. So
Something is making it too complicated.
left and right somehow.
Hey, Trevor, how come you have so much money? Did you cheat?
I
Jack,
just
it's your
forged,
final action. I
and I
think.
also went to the
Okay.
market this turn.
So you
for my
cheated.
Yeah,
for my
essentially.
next action, what I'm going to do is take a common contract. Now,
A
because I
common
have-
contract?
because I have the vice, I get to
Yep.
look at 2.
Because you have the rights to get 2 extra. Oh, and Trevor, because you have the anvil, did you get 2 extra money?
Oh, right.
I get an extra for something
that,
else
Evan?
too, Wes.
Two
Is that
more.
Ooh.
or no?
Okay, so
I just get to look at 2.
You
everything's
get to
fine.
look at 2 and keep 1.
Everything's fine.
Okay. Let's see.
So it's my turn, and I'm looking at the contracts in my hand. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
These are interesting. Okay, so,
So
this one.
what I'm gonna do?
Or Evan,
Yes.
one thing that you could have done if you had the resources, because you have your forge, you could have forged 2 items when you forged.
Right, but I didn't have the forge yet.
Oh, you didn't have it yet. Okay,
I did not have the forge yet.
you just made that. Okay.
But yeah. So what I'm gonna do
Talk about
is invent.
Uh-oh. That means Evan is going to acquire the first achievement hammer.
I would never do that. I definitely haven't been planning it all along.
You can get the pullers or the draw plates.
Each time you fold. feel like
These would eventually have individual art. I just haven't got to that point yet.
I feel like I'm gonna do this one.
Oh, there he is. He's hidden.
I gained Ina skill. And then I put one of my hammers on. Let's see. So let me try to find it. Hold on. So it's gonna be development, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down from the top. That's gonna be
You want me
like
to put it there? I can
here-ish.
put it. Pretty close.
Yeah, I was close. And do I
was
take
pretty
5?
close.
Do I take 5 points now, or we just count those up at the end?
End of the game. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Retrieve your peoples.
And you put me in.
Retrieved.
You put me in the 5-point slot here.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Excellent. Not that I'm worried about scores.
Evan,
is
you
just
get
a-
to drop the first
just a-
hammer on
just a
the
play test.
board.
I don't need to win every game. I get to pick
You can get
the
to wood,
hammer.
brick, or a gem.
I take metal. Got the right
Oh,
spot?
Yep.
Great.
Trevor picks
Trevor.
second.
Brick. I'll go first. I'll take the wood.
Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, I guess I get the diamonds, huh?
Oh,
Yeah.
what the hell was that?
Next
What-
time
How
you
many-
get to first
How many
time.
do I get?
That
One
is
diamond.
what I want.
One
Oh, no.
diamond.
Where did this card come
Okay.
from? I took this card. I meant to take a diamond.
What's going on?
I think
This
that's your card, isn't it?
Is it?
I took it by accident when I went to pick up a brick, and then somehow somebody stole it from me, and I don't know where it
Oh
came
no,
from.
I do have that is my card.
Chaos.
Jack,
Okay.
are you recruiting an assistant?
What? Yeah. I
Wait.
am
I like it.
for
This
Sam,
is
so that we can rub both your feet. I'm placing a worker here on tools. I'm gonna build my chisels, and I'm gonna drop a hammer
Drop a hammer.
for building my tools. Let's see.
Right.
There we go. And yeah, that's gonna cost me a gold and a
Built all your tools?
Yeah.
I gotta get that grindstone done, man. Not
Matt,
ready
this
yet.
Matt, this card here is either in play or in the draw deck. It would never be in your hand.
Oh.
So if you played this before, it would
Yeah,
be-
yeah, then it's up there, yeah.
I get 4 these back. Bloop, 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 bloop.
All right. So we've had Evan's going right now.
Yep.
Now we're on to Trevor.
I went to the mountain with my cart, my wagon of extra carrying +1.
Extra loading. Yes.
Extra loading +1.
That.
Mhm. Mountain.
Okay, I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna do that. Let's check. Let's see. How do I make
shit.
this all work? I can't do that anyway. It doesn't matter.
Can't do that. I would do anything for love.
Open.
What triggers the end of the game?
when
Oh,
someone has
hammer.
placed all 5 of their hammers.
Yeah, it seems to be going slow this time around.
That's okay. I'm about to trigger like all of them, so
Yeah,
it
we're
might-
close.
It might be.
it might
It
be.
starts to escalate quickly. So
I can't figure out how to get a 5th skill point. Otherwise, I would do that one. But
it'll be in
Uh.
guild, inventions, buildings, and assistants. All of them have the potential to get a skill.
but it's just random.
Mhm.
Yeah, so only one out of the 4 that you need to get would be random. The other 3 you can earn off your board like you did.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to. Somebody's praying for silence.
Trevor went, he did an equipment. So now
Yeah.
we're on to master.
That.
They say, pray to the God.
Trevor, or what did you build?
Oh yeah. Oh, I got to do that right away.
Yep.
Oh, Oh, well, no, I don't want to do that. I keep forgetting you have to do stuff right away. I told you I don't play these types.
Why do you not want to do it
man.
right away?
It's too many decisions up front.
Sorry. 1 minute. Uno momento, por favor.
1 minute, please. Processing.
Um,
Processing.
I don't
Oh.
need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that.
Cold matcha.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's better when it's hot. But...
Can I go here and unlock that?
No.
You gotta wait.
Inventions.
You can put your blacksmith there.
I can put my.
I can't hire.
Maybe he can build it.
I still gotta do something, don't I?
Yep. You still need to do something.
This is okay.
I figured. Hey, Trevor, I figured out my strategy. If you want to know my strategy.
Is it just place something and hope for the best?
No. Now
Oh, okay.
that's what it was. Now it's take a contract, have Wes text it to me, and then fulfill it.
Forge it.
Forge it.
Forge stuff. Forge stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Do what's on the box.
So Matt did his
Everybody on the
action.
box.
Did you do your action?
I'm actually gonna do this. Then I'll
I'm
pay the 8 to get 2 brick. So you can go ahead. I'm gonna go up. Oh, there goes that again. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to the trading thing. It's 8 for 2, right?
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Oh, I'm up
Sweet.
there.
I'm gonna place a guy here, and I'm gonna earn 3 metal.
All right.
Whoa.
Because I have a
which guy am I
wagon.
gonna place?
Yes.
Architect.
No
Did
way.
I
That's
forget
my
about the
standard.
architect?
Oh,
Nice.
buddy.
I get 5 money.
Trevor, back to you.
Really? Oh, I thought that would be gone for sure. I got lucky. Okay, now that I got my brick,
Now you can build something from the top. Yep.
now I'll pay my 2 brick and my 8 coin.
Yep.
And what does that let me do? Forge twice. Okay.
And you gain a skill right away.
Skill.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought that was payment. Okay. That makes sense.
Matt.
Well,
Matt's got his thinking anvil on.
yeah.
Wes, in your experience with playtests, how long do they usually take?
Most games we were able to finish in an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, we've really been
plus the training time.
We've been really lollygagging.
We've been chatting a lot though. And
My
60
turn.
to 120. Yeah.
Who's after me? Jack.
the goal
Sorry.
is 60 to
Is it me?
Pass it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm up.
Pass the animal.
I'm up. Okay, I'm gonna place on the guild. So I'm gonna draw 2 guild cards and choose one, correct? But I also drop a hammer because that's my 3rd guild card.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Let's see. So, and I get to drop 2 hammers
What?
because I get my 5th skill point too.
Right.
What?
Because I'm
together.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
love
take
that.
the silversmith. Yeah.
Don't love that.
Specifically.
Not completely random to get your skill.
I'm building
Yeah, that was great.
tongs.
That was great.
I don't care if I
Very
win. I
happy.
just don't want Jack to win.
Yeah, right.
I get 1 point. I know it's looking it's looking good.
You're gonna get another tattoo.
No, yeah, I will.
There we go.
I will.
Dang
For
it.
one, for his last hammer, it has to be the contracts,
Yeah, yeah.
Whoop.
unless somebody else does it first. Who's going right now? Trevor?
Yep,
Trevor is about to go.
Oh, Evan went already. Good.
I did.
That is cost of 2, blah, blah, blah.
Free hammers. Come on, Jack.
Yes.
Inappropriate.
I don't think so. I think it feels pretty good.
I think I'm gonna go to the shed and get some wood.
Right on. Red Matt.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
Come on.
Do I have anything that I can do? Think I can do this? This is a. Let me see.
You turn it off if you. Baby situation.
Where do I
What's that?
do I go to the city commons to play a brown contract?
Play a contract, you must put your blacksmith in the forge, for he must forge those goods.
Oh, it's always that.
Always the blacksmith.
This is
Story of a
Okay.
girl.
nothing about this is good for me. And there's not a way that I can like get my blacksmith back, is there?
No.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Is there, Wes? There isn't, right?
It's a good idea for a building or assistant card.
Yeah, there's a card called the Redact Smith.
I believe Lords of Waterdeep does that on quite a few of their cards.
I don't know. I guess I'll just take one of these.
You can draw two. Where'd you go? To the.
I went here.
You get to draw a gray card instead of a guild card.
Okay. All right.
Run home, Jack.
Okay. I'm going to so there's only one worker spot here at these.
One worker, one blacksmith. Yep.
Oh man. Well, I might as well do a castle. Why not? I'll do a castle contract and see what that's about. So I get to look at two of these because the vice, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna train my last.
Take a look and see what I got here.
Oh,
Sorry, Trevor, your stuff's in my way.
Oh my goodness. Well, that looks hard to make. Oh, these are both hard to make. I will take the harder one to make.
Ooh.
I believe Evan has acquired another hammer.
Drop the hammer.
Hammer time.
Go, hammer, go, hammer, go. So that is
What is
going to
it?
be training, which is
Oh,
above development and below tools, so it's right there.
yeah. That was actually perfect. That was perfect.
Nailed it. See, I'm just following my handy dandy little guide over.
The guide is working surprisingly well.
All right, Trevor.
I don't have that. So
Nothing.
what's open? Conventions. Buildings. I think it would be a waste not to use my guild.
Great guild.
Just one?
Just one. Don't be greedy.
Greedy.
You get a wood and 3 gold, and now you're part of the Bladesmith Guild.
He makes a fine blade.
All right, Matt. Struggling in the corner.
I mean, I don't have any guys left, so I can't do anything, right?
Sorry, yep.
Back
to
to
Jim.
Jack.
2 gems for Jack.
Back to me. I'm gonna double forge.
Nice.
Bum, bum, bum.
Do you have the sound for double forge?
No, I'll play twice as long just for you.
So I'm gonna do both of these things. If you'll do whatever needs to happen with those cards. If I'm not mistaken, let me double check what's in my hand. I have the tongs as required. I have skill level 4, which completes both.
Yeah.
And I'm giving up 2 wood for the flails. I'm giving up 3 metal for the flails and 1 metal for the weather vane.
Yep.
And then I'm going to get 3 gold from the weather vane and 7 gold from the flails.
No, 5 gold from the flail.
Not
and
plus
one,
2?
1 gold from the weather vane.
Wouldn't they be plus 2?
Oh,
He's
plus
got
2.
the anvil.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. And you completed 3 contracts, which is a hammer.
Oh, is it?
Nice.
This,
Amazing.
I have no matching guilds at the moment, right? Like this is
There we
gray, not
go.
black on this card. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you have no match.
Delightful. Delightful.
Indeed.
Delightful. 3 hammer, 3 hammer. Go, Emma, go. And in the comment section, no one is praising my move. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
So I can't.
I got you, Evan.
I can't do that.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Did you make a comment?
I did. I had to. Make sure everyone knows. It was very cool. That was actually very cool. It was a big move.
It was no 3 hammer move, but it was a 2 hammer move.
It was no flip the guild, get your 5th skill, drop 2 hammers at once.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I keep it humble in the comments, though. just trying to keep up.
All right.
Guess I will forge.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh,
Nice.
I think I have everything I need. I've got that. I've got, how much is it? 1? I think I got 2.
Well played.
It reminds me of a play I was in one time. I was the lights and sound guy, and we were doing Frankenstein, and there was a
lightning strike.
Well, there was the sound of the laboratory off to the side, and it sounded very much
awesome.
like that. And I left it on when I wasn't supposed to.
So if it's my move, Wes, I'm out of workers.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the round.
Yeah.
Everybody's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and I should take 2 gold.
End of round.
Okay.
And this has the potential to be the last turn. I don't know if anybody's getting short on time or not. I apologize if it's taking longer than it should have.
I'm okay right now.
When we go to feedback, we'll do Matt first so he can go to bed.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
I'm exhausted.
Matt's losing it.
I'm really struggling to stay awake here.
Should we end it now?
No, we can do the whole thing.
Okay.
Matt, you get to drop first hammer then.
Just take a long time to take it.
I'm gonna do brick.
What?
Matt's a brick man. I'm gonna do wood.
Evan's
Oh wait,
I'm a
no,
brick
I'm
house.
lost. I'm lost.
I needed brick.
Well,
That's why there's a trading post, but it feels like a waste to do a whole action. To
Does.
I get it.
Trevor, you're up, buddy.
No, Evan, you get to place your hammer
Oh, I place my hammer now?
clockwise. Yep, and Matt went
Oh,
first.
clockwise. I did not see this. And you took my brick.
Yep, off to Trevor.
I'm going to do metal.
Trevor can get first or last place.
I'll go
Is
first.
last, and Trevor is first. Jack, you get a gem.
Cool.
Run home, Jack.
Sweet.
Trevor, start us off.
Well, this isn't good. I've got nothing. This is the last round. I am not earning
This
that. I am
is
not earning
horrible.
that. I am not doing well there. I've got my toe dipped in too many things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think I'm going to get a hammer anywhere. Guilds. Okay, I could get guilds. Equipment. No. Tools, no. Training, no. Develop. What's develop? That's these cards?
That's your yellow and red cards.
Okay.
Yeah, inventions too. Inventions and buildings.
Has anybody put on? Yeah, he's taken that. And then that. And then there's, I can't do that. Okay.
I mean, you can still get the 3 points.
Yeah. I'm just looking at how hard it is for me to actually even try and get 3 points. I think I should just ignore that. I'm totally changing tracks now. I am gonna go for let's do inventions. So it's 2 cards and I pick
Yep.
one.
VL2, take one.
I have to go buy some brick.
Reduce all wood costs by 1, gain 1 victory point when you complete a furniture contract.
You're buying brick?
Yeah, I'm selling gem and buying a brick, so I get a brick and a gold.
I'm gonna do the exact same.
Wasted.
Oh, I'm not next. Matt's next.
Wow. Okay. I guess I'll take this one.
all right. So I'm going to forge.
Yeah.
This goes to my contract, I guess.
Yep.
I'm going to spend my 4 metal. I have to spend an additional worker. Is that what that means?
So bathtubs are heavy. Yep. You need an extra worker there.
Oh, wow.
So where does that worker go?
Your forge.
Okay.
Cool.
So he just goes here with that guy.
Yeah. Just doing the
Okay.
heavy lifting.
Okay. All right. That is my turn, and Jack is next.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I'm
get
gonna.
gold. So you get the 6 gold on the bottom, and because you're anvil, you get 2 extra gold.
I'm gonna
Oh,
place
okay.
a guy, sell a gem, buy a brick, get a coin.
Copycat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that one I actually did first, even in the alternate timeline.
That's right. Let's see. Man, this is a bummer. I think it's a bummer. It is a bummer. Yeah, it's definitely a bummer.
Trevor's up.
I'm gonna go here and see what I get for buildings.
Cool. Then Evan.
Yes. Tis
Are
I.
you kidding
Some
me?
free contracts, Trevor. That'll save you an action.
Being the top card of military and common contracts.
It's back to me. Is that correct?
Like I just get it right away,
You just get them. Yep. Yeah, it's back to you, Evan.
and it gives.
Okay.
What's this stuff?
That's just to represent what you're getting.
Oh, okay. And then this one, each time you
Architect.
forge, you can earn 1 victory point. Yeah, I can't
You
forge.
equipment.
I'll take this. Unfortunately, it doesn't help me with my
I'm gonna build the
stuff.
grindstone,
I do drop a hammer for that, right?
which costs me 1 less gold, so it
you
costs
get to
me
drop your hammer,
4.
Trevor. You still get to draw the top card of the gray and brown contract decks.
I can't see.
It costs
which
me a
one
wood
is
and a
difficult,
brick.
right?
And I have completed my
And sorry, which deck was
equipment.
it?
So you get that card.
You completed your forge.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom.
Equipment complete.
Did you gain your skill already?
I'm sorry?
For building
From the
a
forge? I did that a while ago. I just did the grindstone.
Oh, the grindstone. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Nicely done. Red.
Dropping hammers left
My
and
turn.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, is
There's
this
only one hammer.
this is a card I need to forge? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it goes to your hand.
Every day
Oh,
and
okay.
every night.
Okay, Evan needs just one more hammer.
He does.
It's either going to be 3 guild or 5. 3 guild or 5 skill. It's pretty far from both of those.
Like he's at 4 skill.
Mm.
You only need one.
Who is after me? Jack.
Okay. I am going to
Run home, Jack.
What was I gonna do? It's been so long. I'm gonna It's so long since it was my turn. What am I gonna do here? I'm gonna forge. I can't double forge, even though I would very much. Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna forge. I'm gonna build a dang it. Well, I guess
Dang it, it's busy.
I guess I can't forge because I need to build equipment to forge. So I'm gonna build here. I'll build my grindstone. That'll cost me a wood. It'll cost me a brick. It'll cost me 5 coins. And
You've been forging with the grindstone.
that's that.
3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 7. No, I'm short. I've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, this guy should be over here.
And any wood costs are reduced by 1 because of this wood lathe that you have.
Yeah.
So down
But
by
you
1.
pick up plenty of wood anyway.
No, it would have been nice if it was the other one, but that's okay. Okay, so that I need to figure out how to get that. How do I get that? That would be that, and then and then how much does that cost? $3. No, I can't get enough of it. Okay, so that can't be done. That can't be done. That could be done if I did that. Yeah, I could do it that way. But then do I have everything? That. Okay. I think I got a plan.
And then over to me. And I'm gonna drop my final hammer. So I'm gonna take this guy and build a tool. There's a puffball in the thing. I'm gonna build my vice.
Oh, nice.
4 gold and 1 metal because of this fancy ability here.
The toolsmith. Fancy.
That gets me my 5th skill, which lets me drop this here hammer Whoa, not
Ooh.
that far down. There we go.
Nice. So that makes this the last turn of the game.
The last round, you get to finish
Yeah.
placing on workers. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Cheater.
Cheater.
Red, not.
I have no
You're out of
Guys
No
left.
workers.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. Jack.
Okay. I guess, dang. I'm going to train because I got to hope that I can get a guy who can forge. So I'll draw 2 here
Yep.
and take one.
Like, yep.
Okay, let's hope I get the forging person. Nope. Okay.
Now one's worth 2 points, one's worth 1 point at the end of the game.
Each time this assistant visits,
I'll take the 1 point.
Hammer token on the achievement of your choice that you've not yet accomplished. Okay, I'll do that.
Oh, what an idiot.
Easy decision. Okay.
Back to Trevor.
Oh, I'm looking at this all wrong. Okay. So I am going to do my guild card, which is this one, right?
Yep.
And I get more wood. Great. Wood and a brown, which doesn't help me. And a 3. Awesome. 1, 2, 3.
So Sam in the comments figured out how to take a clip of me with doing my double forge.
Nice.
Back
I
to
mean,
you, Evan.
no big deal. Back to me.
Evan,
I was too busy basking in my glory.
your glory.
Let me see.
We will not allow it.
Not allowed. So I think I'm just going to go to the castle.
Oh, and that gets me a hammer, right?
What did you just?
What
I
are-
finished-
You have to have 3 different guilds.
I finished a contract.
What are
thing.
the
Oh no, sorry, I didn't fin. Oh, 3 different guilds,
Yeah.
not 3 times. Okay. Oops.
Ooh, I guess I can only get
So-
2 guilds.
Oh, all right. I guess
How do
got-
I
didn't know what I was gonna get. That makes sense.
and is there a place to just grab points on the board? No.
You can grab
Gems
coins.
Gems are worth points at the end of the game, and money for every 5 is worth points at the end of the game.
How much are gems worth?
1 each. 1 point each.
1
It's
each.
Equivalent of 5 gold.
You're gonna want this one.
I will take in my castle. My unfinished contracts are worth nothing except for my printing press. Is that true?
Yep.
Printing press.
Okay. I'm going to take a castle card. Just on the off chance that I can forge it with 1 gem. Okay, what is it? What is it? What is it?
You have some giant bells, sir.
I mean, thank you.
It would cost you 6 metal to produce these bells.
Oh, I don't think that's
Uh,
happening.
And then that's my turn, right?
Yeah, back to Matt
Yep.
after me.
Yeah.
Well,
'cause
no,
Matt's
I don't have
Matt's
anything.
Oh, okay, then yes,
I'm gonna-
that's back to Jack.
permanently exhaust this guy to drop a hammer right in
What?
the equipment because I won't actually get to do it.
What?
Sneaky.
Yep.
All right. Back to Evan. He's got his.
Trevor.
Oh, I'm reading the sequence wrong.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
forge. Now, does the forge get me anything? My contract, is it 3 or 4 or what is it?
If you forge 3 items,
Wow.
you get to place that item. Yep.
So
The
the contract-
promoters
I'm
freaking
gonna
crazy.
drop a hammer for that, and then my actual contract is
Nice. I love that Wes never fails.
Oh, I know he's all over it. 3,
He's got that cue down.
Right.
Well, you two.
3 wood and 3 because I get to pay 1 less. Is that right?
Got it.
Okay.
Works. Don't forget to secure it with a screw. As per the instructions.
Execute it.
The what?
I'm just joking. I'm reading my own art.
Okay. Oh, I see. Your hand was over it. That's why I couldn't see. Okay. And then do I do anything else with that? Am I missing anything?
It's there.
Fame is fine. Okay. Took my money. I'll just pay my stuff.
All right. So who's left? Anybody? Are we all good?
I don't know if I'm good, but
I have
Jack
I have
has
a
one more
worker.
turn, yeah.
I have a worker to place, so I'll grab 2 gems.
That's what I should have done.
Yeah.
I told you to do that.
Well, I know, but I thought maybe I could forge,
and then count
this thing.
Okay, how do we count points?
Oh, you're
Wes?
all forged up.
Let me, we'll do the points together. So first off, if you have any gems or money, do those first. They're worth 1 point per gem and 1 point per 5 golds. Your other resources are worthless.
Zilch. Cool.
Okay.
That's 2 points. Whoa.
Right. 6
Jack,
for me.
Jack has too many points. Okay. What's next?
If you're all done that, next is your forge tokens. So any tokens that you placed onto your forge from your player board, you get the points on your player map.
Oh, I see.
Can you say that again?
So any points that are revealed on your player board.
Oh, the points. Okay. 6, 12.
The top is 22.
13. This is not going to be pretty.
Whoa. And then the bottom, I'm going to get that one and that one.
If anybody got to 6 skill, you would have got 5 points for that as well. Hard to get, but
that was really dumb of me.
Oh, if I had another, if I
20.
gained another skill, it would be worth 5 points, but I didn't. Okay, got it. What was next?
Next is your contract cards. The value on the top left of all your contract cards.
Okay.
Easy, none of those.
Those ones. Okay.
So I've got.
I had this really cool one
5,
that I totally would have gotten on the next turn, but the grindstone eluded me.
13. So that's.
Evan is just smashing it over there, isn't he?
So his hammers are gonna
killing
it. The hammers are gonna be worth a lot for Evan.
Like Thor.
Once your forge cards are done, you just add up the value of your hammers on the achievement board.
So
are you worthy?
Since Evan can't see the board, he doesn't get any of those.
That's 23 points.
6.
So I have 5, 10, 15 plus 3, right? 18.
Yeah. He's done those. Matt's opting out.
I'm not sure.
What are your points?
I am so I'm so out of it. I'm so tired right now. I'm not sure what scoring even is right now.
Oh no.
It's only 3. Come on.
all of this is garbage.
This is this is 4 points here. You got 4 points in coins.
Yeah, okay. I'm doing all his points right now.
Oh, okay.
Right now he's up to 34 with everything done except for guild cards.
Just keep pressing the plus button, Matt. You'll do.
Yeah, that's
Are guild cards next? Is that the next thing we score?
Yeah, so the last thing to score is guild. So basically, for any guilds you have on the left, any matching guild icons, even if there's same colors on the right, you get points. So for example, if we look at Trevor's board, he has black and brown, and on the right, the only guild icons he has that are black and brown are these two. So he has 2 total, and on the chart that gives him 5 points.
If I'm not,
so I just have 1, right?
I have 1 point. Is that true?
Who's that?
I have 1 point. I think is that correct?
Is that Jack?
No, Evan. I think I've got an orange. One of these is orange, right?
Evan, you have one guild which is orange, and you have 1 orange card. So you have.
Yep.
It's worth 2 points on the chart.
Oh, it's worth 2 points. Okay.
Yeah.
I have 2 points.
Jack,
Yeah.
Yeah, just 1 matching. So There you go.
But then this guy is worth a point too. I have a.
Oh yeah.
So now we're doing all those guys. That's another 3, 4 points. And then the buildings and stuff.
Yeah, if you had any on your buildings, I'll have to
Yeah.
redo that card.
That's 1,
Oh, I missed that one.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Interesting.
Okay, what else?
That's everything.
Looks like Trevor is the winner.
No, Trevor is not the winner.
Evan. By Trevor, I meant Evan.
Oh, I see.
Trevor.
A better Evan.
Trevor.
Trevor, of course, I mean Evan.
Trevor.
That's just your way of slighting me.
Oh,
All right, let's let Matt give his feedback.
Yes.
So we can go to bed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. Thanks for staying up,
No,
man.
Super, man.
no, you guys are great. Next time, I am definitely going to take a nap beforehand.
Yes.
So I can be more present. I honestly think that my tiredness really tainted my view of this game because like a lot of this was not intuitive to me.
yeah.
And I think that if I was more like awake for it, that like it would have made a lot more sense to me. But like so much of this was just like how all of these actions fit together on the player board and the main board, and like it was all very muddled to me. And I'm not sure if like how much of that was just like me being super tired and how much of that was like the placeholder iconography. But yeah, like it was not very clear to me. And I also have this problem though, like with some of the some of the slightly higher than midweight games where it's just I need a learning game, you know. Just the type of gamer that I am, I need a learning game. And so, take this all with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Every opinion matters. So whether it's somebody that likes lighter combat-based games or someone that likes heavy Euro games, that's trying to find the balance.
I like heavy Euro games, but every time I play a new one, it's like I need one where I can be an idiot and just like learn the game.
Yeah.
And then I can come back and like play. So like I wanna play this game again. Where like, like I said, I can take a nap before, I can be awake for it.
Yeah.
Now I kind of know what to expect and
It's not
everything.
95
But
degrees and 2 fans blowing at you.
yeah, there was like for me, there was a lot of stuff going on here. And just kind of how it all fit together. It didn't like something about it didn't click for me.
Yeah.
And I'm not entirely sure what it was. So I don't think that that's a criticism of the game. I think the game itself, like I like the concepts that are going on here. I wish there was a way that I could get my blacksmith back, so I could maybe use him to gain some resources, and then I could use this guy somewhere to get him back, and then I could use the blacksmith again to like do the actual stuff. But like all of these contracts and stuff, it seemed excessively difficult to me. And maybe that's just like I mean, Trevor has 3, Evan has 3.
I didn't have any.
Yeah, Jack doesn't have any, and I have 1.
Yep.
And you know, Forge being the name of the game, seemingly the main thrust of the game, like forging stuff seemed to be too difficult. Yeah, so I would like to see a way that we could do more of that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the answer is there, because again, like it's 2:30 in the morning for me, and I'm useless right now. I apologize.
Becoming a pumpkin.
Yeah, right.
Oh, he's past pumpkin.
No, if you gotta drop off, we completely understand. I mean, I'm glad you had a chance to try it out and see the theme and the art and the concept of it. And
yeah, no, I really like the idea of it. Another thing that I think would be incredibly beneficial is just to just make a player aid that like, yeah, because if I didn't ask as many questions as I needed to, because I didn't want to slow the game down. I didn't want to seem like the dumb shit of the group. Like, so if there was a player aid that I could have referenced, like, I think that would have eased a lot of my like anxieties about this game. But conceptually, I really like it. Thematically, I really, really like it. I love the medieval theme. I love the resource management stuff. I love the action selection type, or action management, I guess, type stuff. I really like all of the individual pieces. But when they were all brought together, like they didn't click for me.
Yep.
And again, that might just be me, being a dumbass. So I would like to play this game again with a player aid. I'd like to play it at like 5 in the evening instead of starting at 11.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's my fault.
No, it's fine. Like, you guys are all in similar time zones, and I'm the one on the East Coast screwing everything up. I would really like to try this game again, because I don't think that, like, I would say probably half of my complaints with this game are just me being like out of sync with, like, I've had a whole day and I need to go to bed.
Totally. Yeah.
So like, I do want to try it again, because I like all of the pieces to it. I think that there's a couple ways to streamline it with like a new player aid, or a player aid, and some more distinct iconography.
Yep.
And I think that would make the whole thing a way easier. And I would love to try it again.
Fantastic.
So yeah, that's what I got.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Please let me know when you've got another one lined up.
Absolutely.
You were a trooper, Matt.
Yeah. Thanks for being on, Matt. It's always a pleasure, man.
I did my best, guys.
Oh, you were great.
No, it was great. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah.
Go to bed.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it right now. And then in 2 weeks, when it's my turn to host a game, I'm gonna sleep all day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Do it.
Perfect.
So yeah.
Excited to have Shred on here, man.
Thanks, man.
Be good.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to talk to you guys. I had a great time tonight. I wish I was more useful. But yeah, Wes, it's a really fun game. It's exactly my type of game. I just, like, something about it.
Don't worry, we got it. Good.
Cool. Cool.
Hey Matt. Before you go to bed, will you shoot me some like contact info for like whatever you'd like people to go check out of yours?
Whatever you want to plug.
Yeah.
If you have
Oh,
a
sure.
website.
Just
No, yeah,
just
I'll
message me a link or something.
yeah, like my Discord server or whatever.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks,
All
man.
right.
Get some sleep.
Matt.
Have a good night.
Everybody, take it easy. You guys
Enjoy
are
the
great.
hammer pants.
All right. Have
Get
a
those
great
hammer
night.
pants.
See you, man.
Yeah, right. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see. I'll go next if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wes, awesome game. Very fun. Love the theme. Drips with theme. It's really beautiful. That comment I made mid-game about, how do you know all this about blacksmithing really like comes through. Like I felt like I'm learning something as I'm playing this game. Like, blacksmiths are in medieval fantasy based games. All of us play lots of those as board gamers, right? And so like to see the blacksmith's angle and see what that's like is kind of a fun theme for a lot of board gamers to step into. So I think you've touched on something that's really good. I think you approach it from like a Euro game perspective that has broad appeal. So I think you do have a lot of opportunity here with this theme and with this idea, and it's really a very good one. It's well executed. The art is cool. As Matt said, the pieces and components fit together really well. So I love all of that. Excellent job there. It's really, it was just, it was fun. It was a joy to play it and to feel like, oh, I'm building my forge. Oh, I'm like acquiring tools. Oh, I'm getting contracts. I'm going to finish this work for the king or something like that. I really felt like I was in the shoes of a blacksmith as I was playing this game. That's a fun feeling. Yeah, I think I will second what Matt said, and I think that he had a good point here that like the name of the game is Forge, and like you kept like pushing us like you guys should be forging, and that's true. And like Evan is ahead of me by 20 points, I think, because of his forging. Something that I felt like I just wanted to get my equipment ready before I could do it. I felt like I knew from the outset, this is going to be an epic. This is going to be a long journey. I'm just going to lay the groundwork, kind of get my shop together, and then I'll start forging some contracts. But I do agree that forging contracts, like just looking at the materials and the requirements and stuff, I was like, man, these are difficult. I don't even want to pull contracts until I feel like I'm ready to forge them. Did feel like a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I think one of the things that someone would learn if they play repetitively is that you can earn money by building instead of going to the market all the time. And that's something that you don't really teach when you're teaching the game, but you learn when you're playing the game, that you earn money by building and use that money to build up your forge like you might do in a real life situation. You can't just go and spend $50,000 to make your forge and then forge. You kind of have to do both at once. But it was nice to see you play the angle of only build my forge first and then forge versus Evan's kind of build forge.
Yeah, if I had another turn, I would have beat Evan. I can guarantee. I would have crushed those contracts. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I would say I think that is something that Evan likes to say this, and he always says this when we do play tests together, but you only get one shot at a first impression. And so figuring out how to get that concept across to new players, I think would be helpful to say like, oh yeah, get in and forge. I mean, it is the name of the game. It's on the box, so you would expect people to do it. But to Matt's point, also the fact that worker blocking necessitates the use of the blacksmith in various locations to accomplish things that you need to do to forge, like acquire resources or increase your skill or build upgrades. Like there are so many upgrades for things on contracts. Like I pulled only 2 contracts, and both of them required something that I needed to invest in before I could forge the thing. So the fact that my blacksmith has to be used to do that because of worker blocking, and that I can't get it back, means that I have to I have to plan my forging meticulously. I don't just have the ability to forge off the cuff, which I think is I think is one of the barriers to that adds to the complexity of that specific game-based action. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, so my I'm not sure what the solution there is. Aside from maybe my suggestion would be something along the lines of making forging either more apparent, that's like the first thing, or maybe start with some contracts. Maybe you start the game.
Something that came out of the last session, and I hadn't integrated it yet, but I think in the next playtest it will be each player draws one of each contract and picks one to keep.
Yeah. Or you draw a contract every turn, or contract is one of the things in turn order that you can draw. Something like that, some way to make acquiring contracts a little bit easier, because there's no guarantee when you draw something that it's going to be something you'll be able to forge anytime in the near future anyway.
Right.
Okay, that's me.
Thanks so much for playing, Jack. It was awesome.
Yeah.
You want me to go, or you want to go, Evan?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll pick up the rear.
All right. Yeah. So I am probably the lightest gamer out of everybody at the table. I'm assuming even with Matt. But I quite enjoyed this. Like I said, I don't play a lot of worker placement. There's a few alchemists, if you want to call it worker placement or action selection or whatever you want to call it. But I do play a few, but nothing heavy either. Like I don't play any heavy Euros or anything like that. So that's where I'm coming from with my feedback. So I think it's important to frame that. Overall though, I thought, first of all, the art is amazing. The art, I know everybody's already commented on it, but your drawings is like very Da Vinci-esque. Like it's like bang on.
And the actual forge and the player board, that is already paid for commissioned art, because I knew that that's what I wanted to look like. Even if the mechanics change, the images don't have to change. Anything can change in the game without changing those.
And from a graphics design point of view, like with the art mixed in, everything is super readable. I did notice the art on the central board and the art on the main boards, and I thought that was like right on task. The overall play, I'm not going to pretend like I understood it from the beginning, but by the end, I kind of think I understand kind of everything I should be doing. Maybe a few of the equipment or tools I'm not 100% on yet, because I didn't activate them. I'm sure I've read them, and some of the cards, it might take me a second to go, what does that do for me again? But I would say about 95% of it I grokked. So overall, I thought it was really interesting how you're interacting with everything, and I thought it worked quite well. I'm just gonna go through my list here of stuff that I kind of made notes on. I might jump around from different spots. A lot of it is just kind of my first comment before we started the game, when we were doing the teach, which is just the graphic design elements, and the symbols that could really help. And I think it would really help Matt as well. And I don't want to speak for Matt. He's gone to bed, hopefully. But just some stuff on here. So guilds, 3 of them on the board here. And you said they have to be 3 different guilds to
because if you get more than one card of the same guild, you're still only affiliated with X amount of guilds.
Right.
So
I would, so that's not super clear by looking at the board. So I would figure out some way to graphically say, even if you put 3 different guilds up there, then at least you could see that those 3 different guilds had to be different. Just like you did with the contracts. But I don't know if it was any 3 contracts, so I'm not sure what
The
these
contracts,
3.
it's any 3, but that's why it goes to 3. I've got to figure out a way to keep the achievement board simple, but still.
See, in that, so when I'm looking at the contracts of this symbolization here, I'm thinking, oh, I need 3 difference. And when I'm looking at the guilds, I'm thinking, oh, I just need 3.
Right.
So just
Yeah, I
like
can see the confusion.
minor tweaks for that kind of stuff. I've mentioned this already, but the idea of you're developing and you're doing tools, the tools card, meaning you're doing tools all in this row, but you have a tool that looks exactly like that symbol. That's
Mhm.
just that's confusing. You need another one, but we've already mentioned that. Same for
Yeah.
equipment. I won't harp on that.
Yep.
Cards. What did I mean by this? Cards cost, endgame needed, etc. A way to differentiate.
Yeah, because some of the icons on the left of the contract, you're probably not sure which ones are required.
Yes. Yes. So the just the card itself. If I were to intuit from this card, I would have said, like, I wouldn't know that I mean, I guess I could intuit that I'm getting stuff that's on the banners. So those are things that get me stuff. And then these are things I need, and then these are things that I pay with. I didn't intuit that before, but I can, it's a pretty tough one to grok. If you play these types of games, you might do that easily, but I didn't do that. I was like, okay, so I've got to have this, this, and this. And then because the guild is within the same brown as this, I feel like that should maybe be in the upper corner if that's how you're going to distinguish. If it's like, oh, stuff in banners you just get, stuff in the brown are things you have to make it happen, stuff in here are things that you'll pay, and the guild should be up in the other corner potentially. So I mean, I know people fan this way 80%, I think, last time I checked on BGG. So I know it's nice to have everything on this side of the card, but the guild doesn't fit with the way the rest of the card is laid out with the rules of it, to me. Tools and equipment, same as specific tools and equipment.
Oh, that's the icon, right?
We already did that. Oh, so when we're talking guilds, number of guilds and guild cards, and there was something confusing about that for me. Number of guilds is confusing. Use other
guilds.
Guild.
Guilds and guild cards. Yeah. Are you talking about the matching for victory points and set collection?
Yeah.
I've got to clean up that whole mechanism.
Yeah, Wes, I made a note. You explained that 8 times as we were playing. Like clearly it's not connecting.
Right.
Like I have tallies.
That's awesome.
So the thing is, like, man, I get it. You want to make this worthwhile, and you want to make it difficult to do so that people aren't running up sets of 7 all the time. However, I think personally, like, I got 1 point, or I got 2 points. I have a set of 3 guilds here. If that was just 9 points, I still would lose this game to Evan. Wasn't, but it would have made me feel better because I spent a lot of time earning these guild cards. So like, I have 3 different symbols that should be 9 points. It's so simple. And Evan has, let's see, 1, 2. Yeah, you have 1 over here.
Oh, plus on my other cards, I've got 1 other one, I think.
And then you have 1 here.
Yeah.
So you would have 2. So you would have earned 5 points. That it's just so much simpler. Yeah. That was my thought on it as we were playing.
So on the guild cards, just the way that you have it too, it felt super punishing to me just because of the way the luck fell. I mean, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different cards that had guild signs, and I had
Yep.
one that matched. I
Yep.
mean, two are the same, so they count for two, but until this, like even my last card, I'm like, oh great, I'll match one that I don't have. You
Yep.
know what I mean? So that just the way these match up, I feel like there's got to be a better way to make sure you've got some agency in what you're pulling.
Yep.
And what I would suggest, and take it with a grain of salt because it means different backs on every card. Not that that's hard to do from a print point of view, but it it is, you got to make sure they match up, obviously. So you want to make sure your printer's on the ball, but you could put on the back of each guild card, it's going to be this, this, or this, and you then know, oh, I'm taking a 1 in 3 chance of getting what I want,
Right.
and you're taking that risk, or even narrow it down to 2 and it's a 50-50 choice.
You
But
can also do it where the deck is face up, and that way you're playing knowing that other players might take the guild you want, might change your decision on when to go for it.
yeah, you could do that as well, because I had a pretty powerful card for
Possible.
guilds, and
Yeah.
and it didn't do anything for me really.
Right.
It got me 2, which got me 5 victory points, which I mean might have made a difference if I had gotten better in other places, but
Yeah.
it, like, that felt super powerful, but it didn't really play out for me at all. So
Yeah. Yeah. This is one of those cases. This game is heavy. So
Mhm.
like complexity is part of the game. That's what makes the game fun. It's like why people pick this game up to play it, because it's complex and strategic and deep and challenging. But needless complexity is always bad.
Yeah.
Even in a heavy game. So anytime you run into that and you feel like, oh man, is there anything I can do? That would be one that just like immediately jumped out to me as like, oh, this is probably more complex than it needs to be. And how you mitigate that, obviously you know the game super well and you've seen way more scenarios than we have, so
Yeah.
you would have better ideas about how to maybe address that. But that was one that jumped out to me. Another one that jumped out to me as potential for that is turn order. Just you managed it for us, which was
Yeah.
really nice, because
Yeah.
we wouldn't have been able to manage it on our own.
Yeah.
yeah, that was another thing I was going to mention is turn order. If we have turn order of who went first, then we went from like turn order placed on the board, and then we switched to clockwise. And I know Evan got caught up by that at one point in the game and said, oh, we're doing clockwise, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think he thought we were still going by turn order, and I wonder if there's a reason that we couldn't continue to go by turn order with then picking spots.
Right.
As in last place gets to pick their spot first, and then second to last and third to last and fourth to last.
Yeah.
For the next round. That to me would be more intuitive of like, okay, you get turn order this time, but you're gonna get last choice next turn.
Right.
Instead of just, oh, well, I know I'm sitting beside Evan and Evan just happened to go first and he's going first a lot. So then I'm always getting to choose second, which doesn't seem fair just because of my seat. Snap points, just the TTS thing, has nothing to do with the game, but I would throw rotation snap points on.
Oh yeah.
What are we pointing at?
Hammers,
Oh yeah, for
cards,
the hammers,
cards.
for the guys.
So is there an auto? Is there an auto rotate snap point you can do?
Yeah, there's a rotate that you can do so that when you put your guys,
It automatically moves off to learn
yeah,
that one.
It's
Yeah,
just
so
in
like
it's just
even if
in the
I
little dropout menu when you click on the snap points. There's like another one that has a little rotating symbol.
yeah, so if I was to put my guy on there, he would automatically situate perfectly.
Yeah. So if you go to the mountain now, I see what you mean. I just put it on the mountain.
That's just a TTS thing that has nothing to do with the game.
I've never used it. Now I know. You've taught me something today.
Yep.
There was
Perfect.
something about, I wasn't sure about balancing on some of the cards. So my first one that I took, and I know balancing a game like this is going to be really fun, but this one didn't have much in the way of requirements. I guess it did have a, I don't know. It just seemed like I got a lot of money and a lot of stuff for victory points without
Yeah.
having to pay too much and without having to have too many requirements. Which brings me to another point. If you're going to put a requirement on here, I I feel like even if you pull a bad card, so I had a crappy card for me because I knew I wasn't going to get to 5 fame.
Right.
And so that just was a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
Because I was like, okay, well, how at one point I said, how do I get more fame? And I got, or sorry, fame. I'm using somebody else's game name.
Skill.
Anyway,
Yeah.
if I want more stars, I've got 3 things that I like. I start with one, and then I got 2 other spots I can get them, and then it's a blind draw, pretty
Yeah.
much. And I did draw, and I got nothing. And so after a while, I was like, okay, pretty sure I'm not going to get what I need to make that happen. Which again, if it's a, I would, I'm assuming that we'd call this a midweight game. Is that fair?
It's medium heavy.
Medium
Yep.
heavy. If you're gonna have a medium heavy game, I think the heavier you go, the less luck based you can go.
Yep.
Because you're gonna want more agency. And this didn't feel like I had a lot of agency. I'm pulling a card just like this one, and I'm getting unlucky. And I was like, okay, not only am I getting unlucky, but I don't really have anything I can do to mitigate that other than pull another card and get unlucky again. So I don't know if I would have stars as high as that on things that you would want to complete for contracts, especially on the one that is wood and is supposed to be the easier one to complete. Um, and then if you wanted to go up in stars, so what I would do, and again, this is going to be individual backs, but I didn't know what was on these. So I've got 6 decks to pull from.
Yeah.
And as a beginner player, I I don't know what's on any of these cards.
Right.
I know that there's stars in the game. I know that there's, wood and blah blah blah, but I don't know actually what is more likely to come up on the purple versus the military versus the uh these ones. So what I would do is I would put that at the bottom, just really simply say what you're going to possibly get off of one of these brown cards is this, 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 and this. What you're possibly going to get off the gray is this, 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 and this, and what you're possibly going to get um off of this is this, 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 and this. Even if it's just coins, just
Right.
put that at the bottom, and then what it's going to cost you or what you might need at the top or somewhere on the card to indicate, well, I'm pulling this card and I flip it over and I'm like, oh, I don't have enough of these stars. But if you indicate, well, these ones are 1s and 2s, these
Yeah.
ones are 1s to 4s, these ones are 3 to 5s, and they get stronger as they go through. And if you have the stars to be able to do that, then you're now taking an educated risk to be able to go, okay, well, I could pull this one and be able to do it for sure.
Yeah.
But I know this is going to get me something better, but it's a bigger risk for me.
Yeah. That was something that I was wondering about with the contracts, was whether, commons were easy, barracks were middling, and the castle were difficult. And it seems like that was a component. Is that a component of this, Wes? Or
Yeah, because wood is easier to get than metal, and metal is easier to get than gems, and they kind of
Yeah.
scale in that way for resources. So it scales that way to some point. There are some common contracts that are harder to build because they require an assistant or a higher level skill. So
Yeah.
trying to find a way to convey that. I'm not sure about iconography on the back of the cards. That adds quite a bit of difficulty to even setting up in card files and whatnot, but it's something I can look at for sure.
Yeah, or you could even just have a cheat sheet across the top of it. You could have a little cardboard banner for each deck that says, "Hey, this is what you're potentially gonna, so you don't have to worry about the backs."
Yeah.
But I just know that I was never happy drawing from here because I'm like, I'm not even sure what I might get.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even making a decision on what I might get. I'm just drawing blind because I'm like, I don't really know what's on here.
And again, in my first few game iterations, I did everything with decks face up as opposed to face down.
Yeah.
And I'm still deciding which way is better. So rather than doing icons in addition to the front and on the back, instead having face up decks. And that adds an element of, well, if I want that card, I better grab it now. So it adds some player interaction. So
Yeah,
there's
you
some
could
value in
even
having face up.
you could even have it so that you have, like, if you're afraid that, everybody sees a card at the beginning that they're just not going to want, you could do one of two things. You could have a card and the deck, and you can draw off the top of the deck, or you can draw the card, or you could do what Clank does. And if you get a powerful card that's face up on the first turn, you discard it until you get one that's 3 or under, or whatever, something that's manageable to
Yeah.
start with, that people with nothing at the beginning of the game, that's still an option to them.
Right.
Let's see what else.
Sam on our YouTube channel he said, just from what's been said so far and scoring disparity, it feels like there could be some work on the funnel toward victory or ending the game. His question was, Wes, how do you want people to win?
So winning should be a combination of getting the forge done and building up your forge. Those are the two main avenues of getting points: is forging contracts or getting your tokens onto your board. The guild mechanic is a more recent development, and I brought that into place to try to integrate some purpose between getting assistance and these cards and your contracts to kind of tie them all together. That's where guilds came into play, is so that they had some commonality in them. But I don't think I've found that magic spot yet.
I like the idea of that. I like the idea of tying cards together. What is it? Card Kingdoms Valeria does that to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But it's not as many cards to tie together as you have here, and I'm not sure how many factions they have, but you might want to have a look at that game and just see if there's anything to get out of that. I don't know. That's the only one I play that I can think of where they have factions that really tie together like that off the top of my head. But it might not help at all. I can't remember exactly how they tie together. Did you have something more to say on that, Jack? I cut you off there a little bit.
No, I just think that's interesting. It's nice to hear the like design decision behind the guilds and set collection as kind of a way of diversifying. But yeah, I think that answers the question well. Upgrading your forge, adding your tools, forging equipment. That's what you want people to be doing. Those are the actions that should feel most tempting, is what you're saying, right? Like it should feel like I want to do this. I felt that for sure with the equipment, and with forging, I just felt it was difficult to do, but I wanted to do it. Or Trevor, do you have more feedback?
Oh yeah, I got another little bit here. Did you have something else to say, Jack, or were we just gonna?
Nope, go for it.
Okay. I'm wondering how this plays with 2. I think it's a 2 to 4. Is that right?
Yeah, so my focus has been on the 4-player at this point, and I need to funnel it down to see how 3 and 2 play. So that's why
Okay.
I still have a long ways to go. So right now I'm focused on trying to perfect the 4-player aspect of it, and until that happens, I'm trying not to fret about the lower player counts.
Okay. And I guess with a worker placement, it's kind of easy to scale because you just give them more workers as you add more or
They
take
could have
players
more
out, right?
workers, and you can cut out certain spots. There's
Yeah.
different possibilities. I know Lost Ruins of Arnak uses some blocker pieces, and viticulture use iconography right on the board, so it's kind of deciding how to do that and where it needs it.
So one thing that I've kind of done in one thing that I've kind of learned in about with I don't know how many years it's been I've been looking at designing games, but um one of the things I tend to do is I design the design extremely tight, and then somebody kind of came along with one of my designs and I was like, well, why aren't you giving this more choices? Why are you making this such a tight decision and having so much block out? And so I started to think about that, and I actually loosened one of my games up. I can't even remember what game this was for. It was so long ago, but I loosened one of them up, and I was like, "Whoa, that actually is better now," because um, not everybody can still go there. But um, and I know with worker placement, I know a lot of it is not all of it, but some of it is like I go there, you can't go there. You know, like there's a blocking piece. But I wonder what would happen if you actually had the ability to send two people to some of these places where you only have one place.
Yeah.
I can tell you what happens. You win.
Yeah.
Evan demonstrated it.
And then if what do you mean
Yeah.
you win?
Like
No,
get the architect, the engineer, and the negotiator.
it didn't
So
let
you
me
have
put two guys in the same spot, but it let me put guys on top of your guy.
you had
Right.
3 ways to bypass points on the board.
Yeah.
So he had a distinct advantage there. And that's part of where the training cards came in. I noticed only Evan really took advantage of that is by giving his assistant special powers. He broke the rules of the game, which helped get his victory.
Right.
Yeah, which is just a bummer that there's one thing that does that, kind of dabbling in city cards and feeling like, oh, those aren't very useful, and guild cards. But the assistant cards, those are big.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just wonder what it would be like if you opened it up in a 4-player game to have possibly two people go to those spots. And if that would break it, you would know better than I would. Um I feel like because you have to have um your more powerful guy to forge something, and he's the only one that can forge something, although you did say there's possibilities to get more.
Right.
um I feel like the color rule should be able to be broken if you're going to do that.
Right.
um
At least giving an opening to do two if nobody else takes it in between the
yeah,
turns.
I'm already paying a price to use this guy to make it happen.
Yep.
So it seems super punishing to just be like, okay, well, it went around the table. I wanted to do tools and I wanted to do equipment,
Yep.
and or I'll do two tools and one equipment. And I was able to get one guy on, but then when it came around again, I wasn't able to get my other guy on because it was open, but I couldn't take it.
Yep.
And that
Using the
I
color restriction, I think, could be done on any of the spaces and probably not hurt the game any.
What's up?
It may speed up. It'll speed up how fast people can achieve things if they choose to really go down one track. But that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I think I also thought it would be really hard. Like Jack said, he was ready to go. He was ready to forge. One more
Yeah.
turn and he's got the factory ready to go. But he took the whole game to do that. Now he didn't do just that. He got
Yeah.
some gold cards and what have you. And if he'd done just this, maybe he would have been ready one turn earlier. But it seems like to get those two hammers, it takes a lot to be able to get those two hammers, and you can't really do a whole lot of other things unless you're really just working on your tools and equipment to get the top hammers and get points that way. I could be wrong. You know the game better than I do, but that's what it felt like to me.
Yeah.
Already talked about that. Already talked about that. Just a pure graphics thing. The only thing that I was confused by on the graphics was the chisels, and I don't know how you make them better. It's a really hard thing to do, but I think like a wood, like, you know, that one that's shaped kind of pointy at one end and rounded at the other, and it looks like it's a bit of a cheese grater in the middle.
Yep.
Think that would be better than this, because this just looked like a bunch of kind of bold lines to me, unless you
Yep.
go really far in on it.
Right.
I can't really tell that it's chisels. So that was the only one that, from an icon point of view, I can't really see it unless I'm like really in on it. But maybe on a player board right in front of you, maybe it's big enough. I don't know. Like I'm zoomed in to the point where it's fairly big, and I'm not sure I would have I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, that's about the size of a token, so I think
Right.
I'm at the right level, and I don't think it's quite big enough. But that's a little graphic thing that's nothing to do with gameplay. Yeah, and then the other thing is with the stars. Like, if you wanted to keep the stars on here high, to be able to do jobs, I just think there needs to be a way to earn some that I can plainly see instead of a draw. But like you said, if you flip these decks, that might solve the whole problem.
Yeah,
So
flip the decks. I mean, there are 3 on the board, and some are easier to get than others. But flipping the decks, I think, solves a lot of the concerns that you're bringing up, and it's how I originally had the game. And I think most games play with face down decks, and maybe this is the type of game where that's not important. Maybe it's better.
yeah, I think there's just, so yeah, I mean, if it was a light gateway game, and it's like
Yep.
flip and get what you get and go, oh no, I didn't get my card, oh well.
Right,
And you
right.
turn super short and you just pass along, right? And the game lasts like half an hour,
Yep.
all good. But because I'm guessing we were a really long game, but like you said, it's kind of an hour or more.
Yeah, the goal is 60 to 90 minutes, and I've had games that low, but I think there's some. I think the guild mechanic was probably doing some of the changes I did probably made the game longer than it should have been.
Yeah. 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 I mean, the teach and just understanding it for sure. And I mean, TTS never does any favors with time.
No.
It always doubles time. I've come to know that. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. And then the last thing I would just mention is, I thought the teach was good. But the one thing that I would do when you've got a bunch of places on the board that do things, I would just say, okay, now just to recap really quick, this is where you're going to get your money. This is where you're going to get your wood, this
Yep.
and this. This is where you're going to get cards that might get you this kind of stuff. You can, and if you've got them flipped, you can see, you're going to get money, but you
Yeah.
got to have this stuff. And I would just go over that really quick, like a 1 minute recap when you've got that many different places to go to.
Yep.
Just on how to earn stuff and how you're going to trade stuff, not again explaining all of the cards and what you can do with them and yada yada yada. I just kind of hit the high points just one more time.
Yep.
And just be like, okay, remember, you're playing for points and this is how you're going to get them.
Makes sense.
But like, so lots of points that I pointed out, but a lot of that was just kind of niggly little bits. Overall, I really liked the way everything interacted, like I said, and I'd be happy to play this again anytime.
Fantastic. No, every bit of feedback helps make it better, and that's why I love playtest, because I can't figure it all out on my own. So,
Totally. All right, Evan.
All right. So now
Still
my
awake there, Evan?
what's that?
Still awake out there?
Oh, I'm still like. So my feedback, I have trouble not just telling people what to do. So hopefully you can see through what I'm telling you to do and see what the problem is and fix it the way that you should fix it rather than what I'm telling you to do. But anyway, um, I felt like um, Brick either needed to be more useful or totally removed from the game entirely.
Yep.
I wanted some asymmetry in the player boards, and you also need to get us like kind of kick-started a little bit. So I think this is a great opportunity to like, guess what? I start with tongs, suckers, and this guy starts with a forge, but he doesn't have as much resources to start, or what, like give us, you know, kind of get us moving at the beginning of the game. Give me an upgrade or two, and some resources, and maybe I start with chisels, which are janky, but I start at third level, or but I'm really
Yeah.
skilled, or whatever. Just give us some stuff to like get us going, and give us a sort of like a ooh, I'm close to this thing. I'll try to drop that hammer before anybody else, or little
Kind of a
asymmetry.
consideration I was thinking of
Yeah.
is that everybody has in quite a few games they do this where one side everybody is the same and the other side is your
Yes.
asymmetry, so that when you first play the game, we're all on an equal playing field. Now
Yes.
we've all played it 3 times. Let's try have some fun, and then you
Yep.
mix it up.
Yep. I like that.
Totally.
Yeah. Is there any reason why you have the color restriction on the different spots?
I'm thinking it needs to go after the last 2
I
games.
was I was trying to figure out like what it's serving, like why that rule exists, and I
Yeah.
couldn't figure it out.
Sorry, which color restriction?
Uh,
I had a bat in my house, so I was shooing it out.
it's
The
amazing.
restriction where each player can only have one color per sport.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Like
That's
if
the
if you
best.
really wanted to go get 3, bars, you could.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
I had
Totally.
a bat in my house.
That's amazing.
I missed that.
Classic. The 3 contract. Okay, come back to that. No, I won't. I'll start there. The 3 contract cards, in my opinion, are not different enough to require 3 different decks.
Right.
Just like these 3 actions are not different enough to require 3 different actions. In my opinion, and I'm always like very quick to cut total deck counts.
Yeah.
More so than a lot of really well selling, very popular games. So, like, obviously, grain of salt. But I think all 3 of those can collapse into one deck that is called contracts, because that's what you call it. And then you can have one worker placement spot that maybe has some differential, you know, like if you're the first one to go here,
you
you
pull
get
2 contracts, pull 1 contract.
Oh yeah, you get to take an extra, like you've got these spots and the blacksmith spots. The blacksmith spots get to take like a particular type of contract plus any other one. Like you get to take a purple plus any, a gray plus any, a brown plus any, and then these guys just take one or whatever. Or maybe when you go to the castle, you just get 3 coins and a contract, and the barracks gets you whatever a barracks would get you and a contract, and the city gets you that and a contract. Like just kind of like clean that up a little bit, um, into just a spot, and then I'd love to see a similar here. These 2, I like. To me, the trading post just feels bad.
Yeah.
Generally. Now, I did have to use it sometimes, because I really needed brick, which I already talked about, and I really needed money. So if you just made a market that was a little less punishing. You don't have to have both of these things, especially if I can acquire a few coins here as a bonus or whatever. And if you really want me to be incentivized to be forging things to get the money, like, don't let me go to the market and get a bunch of money easy.
So making money harder to get, so that forging is one of the best ways to get money instead of just getting it for free.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, like I thought I was onto something ingenious by mining gems and selling them.
Right.
Right.
Like, oh, get a lot of money this way.
Right. Like it just seems like, you kind of you're taking away from the focus that you want the game to be. I mean, maybe I'm casting aspersions here. I'm just guessing. But I feel like you don't want this trading to be the focus.
Right.
I feel like this was kind of added in because people often just needed a specific thing. And you're like, oh, well, I have to find a way to be able to give people to do that. And so then you had this whole extra action, and then you're like, oh, well, people need money.
Yeah.
So we'll have this extra.
Provide the spots that would allow for every resource, but maybe that's
Right. So, like, I think this is very appropriate, right? Like these three singled out resources. And you could have a combined spot that kind of mixy matchy weirdness, but then make me forge stuff to get money, or visit the castle, or something else that's a little more like interactive with the core game systems that you want to be interacted with. And then the workers. Now, you said before that you've seen people do really well without buying any extra workers.
Yeah, and I saw Matt really struggle, but I think he struggled with a few things this game.
So. Right. Now, how common is that experience where somebody does really well without buying any extra workers?
It's happened in 2 of the 10 games, so it's not common.
Yeah.
It requires, the 2 workers that they had good training on them.
Yeah.
And they were able to acquire development cards that had a good synergy.
Yeah. It's still, one play in, still seems like, as in most worker placement games where you can buy extra workers, that is always the best thing to do as early as possible. I watched, whoever did that first, I think it was Jack. And then I was like, and then I was like, oh shit, I'm behind, and then
you were,
and I was, and once
you caught me,
I did. And once I unlocked my next 2 workers, then I was like, okay, now I'm golden. Now I can actually do all the actions I need to do and get the stuff I need to get and make things happen. But with 2 workers, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is not unbalanced, and spending that 1 action and 8 gold to get that extra worker isn't always the best choice. But it sure seems like the best choice, always, as early as possible.
One thing on that note that I found a little bit, and maybe that's just the nature of how this works, but after about the 3rd or 4th round, this spot was never occupied. So there was much more competition for these other spots because everybody had hired their workers. So I just wonder if there's some way to do that allows the competition to remain even among those spots, or to kind of balance that out a little bit throughout the game, so that because I felt like there's just more spots here for your forge collectively than there are workers, because everybody has 2 workers to unlock. They have 4 equipment, 4 tools. So those are just going to be more competitive spots than the other spots. And the requirements are the same here. And these are required for achievements, so you need to compete for them. Whereas hiring additional workers, you don't necessarily. So this creates kind of an issue late game, and maybe that's where this only 1 person can do it, and these you have multiple spots, so more people can build upgrades than just 1 in a 4-player game, where you have in a 3+ game you have an additional spot here, but in a 2-player game you just have the 1. I don't know, just something I noticed as the game progressed.
Yeah, so the extra workers, it's super common. People seem to enjoy it in their games. So I don't think it's a bad thing to leave in, but I do think it falls into that trap of just being the best maneuver always. Um, so obviously I have opinions about that, but it's very common and people love it. So who knows? Um, but I will say the training, I loved it, obviously, right? And I put it to good use. However, it almost feels like an expansion. And if it's not an expansion, I feel like it doesn't exist in your first play.
Just because it adds that extra layer of difficulty.
Yeah.
You got to plan out your workers.
Yeah. It just gives you an extra thing to draw you away from forging those contracts.
Yeah.
Right. It just gives you an extra separate thing to do, which is cool, right? But it does feel extra. And like I really enjoyed it. And it let me break some rules and stuff. But when I'm breaking rules, to me that sounds like an expansion.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to move this to an expansion, because the rest of the three of us didn't do it, and I think still enjoyed our experience of playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. Trevor and I both. I think Matt, Matt was tired, but I think but yeah, I mean, I think we enjoyed ourselves without doing this at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
It was for me being
seems
for
to be
being,
the least used option in the game in every playtest review, so makes me think it's not relevant. And that's where adding the guilds and the victory points came in, is to see if I did that, would players be more incentivized? And turns out not really. Maybe if the cards were face up, there might have been more incentivized. Like, oh, I like that guy. I really want to go there.
I think it is really cool. Like I really did enjoy them, but to me it felt like an expansion material. And frankly, I would I would find a different way to give people, increased workers over time, either evenly or you get them a different way. And this is like a cardboard chit that comes with this deck and an expansion, and you stick it on the board when you're playing with it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I just thought of that you could do here to even that out and still use these spots, because I like the dynamics of this competition down here. This bottom row is very competitive throughout the game.
Right.
Maybe this is where you introduce the ability to gain back your blacksmith, is with a worker spot here, where you place a worker there and it frees up your blacksmith. Essentially like trading an assistant so you can use your blacksmith again to do something else, or placing two workers, maybe
big cost of some sort, like discard a contract and place a worker. So that maybe gives you purpose to.
But not everybody gets to do it.
Yeah.
So on these cards, Wes, so one of the few worker placement games I do play is Alien Frontiers. I haven't played it in a long time. If you were to put these face up, in like have, if you didn't want one kind of locking down the deck, have three out like Alien Frontiers does, and then the cognitive load of like, okay, what does this do? What does this do? What is it like? It's a lot of the cognitive load for me was like, what do these do? I don't know what I could possibly get. So that's why I never played the blues. I didn't understand these cards, and then eventually I had to do some cards because everything else was blocked up. So I'm like, okay, I got to do some cards. I'll just stick with these two because I'm like, I'll try and learn what these two are. So I didn't actually come over here. But if they were all face up, it'd be a little bit different because I'd be like, oh, okay, these are the rule breakers. Okay, these are rule breakers too, but they kind of do it in a little bit of a different way.
You might plan out a bit more in between turns too, because then you kind of know.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I could be like, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to go there, but I can see what the pull is to go there, and I learn a little bit even when it's not my turn, maybe.
Yeah.
of how to play. Because I agree, I agree with Evan. You could make this an expansion, but I do know that lots of games that have this in it, it's just in it in a way where you've got an idea of what you're about to get.
Yeah, more of an open market concept.
Yeah, or like Mission Red Planet, you've got those hidden objectives under the edge of the board, but you get to look at it and then put it under so you know what's happening. Maybe not quite as tangential to this, but or parallel. It's more tangential, but I think Alien Frontiers is a good one. I don't know if you know that one or not. It's a little old now.
Let's see. Another question from the chat.
Okay.
I missed the teach.
Show people awake.
Yeah, I missed the teach. So sorry if this is a dumb question. It's not a dumb question. But could players receive deposit gold for taking on contracts?
I mean, that would correlate with what I was saying here. When you take one of these spots, it comes with something.
Gotcha.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, answer.
No, I was just trying to think that out because in the real world, you wouldn't. I guess it could make sense that you get paid before you complete the contract in some jobs, but then you have to somehow be committed. So can you not do any other contracts until you build that contract? Is that what would happen?
I mean, contract work is often half up front, half when you complete, or something like that. So there could be an upfront bonus, and then a when you finish it bonus, or whatever.
Yeah. Like you get some of the gold, but you don't get any of the victory points.
Right.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I mean, it's very like thematic.
Yeah.
I was just watching a show with Vikings, and he pays up front for his sword and then gets it later.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's an interesting concept. Maybe it's a split gold icon where half now, half later, or whatever.
Or it could be one of those things that makes forging a little bit easier in some respect. Like good example is I got this royal plate mail, right? And Evan already touched on this, but like it requires a brick because you have to build a grindstone, and it requires a gem. So maybe you get one of those material components up front. Like here's a gemstone to help you along your way in making this kind of, and it's meant to be difficult. There are lots of barriers to making the royal plate mail, but
yeah. Then you might as well just reduce the cost by that same value instead of.
Yeah, but it's psychologically different. It feels totally different to the player though, Wes. If it's like, here's something you get, right, that helps you already do this, right, when the barriers are high. Reducing the cost does, cognitively make sense, or it does, mechanically make sense.
It's kind of like when you increase the price of your game and decrease the shipping cost. It's the same cost, but people like it better.
And it works. It works.
Yeah.
Subsidizing the shipping, but moving from $45 to $49.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
This is a good. Sorry, go ahead, Wes.
Just in terms of that, like looking at the components on the board, knowing the mechanics would change, but a lot of the components would be similar. What do you think a game like this would be worth, in your opinion?
I mean, this used to be a $50 game, but now it's probably an $80 game. Just based on shipping.
Everything going up, ship.
The various components.
Yeah. Okay, so where was I?
I would agree. I would probably put it in the range of like 69. Would be probably what I would expect
I'd
on Kickstarter.
Yeah, maybe when
it's
cheaper on Kickstarter.
I don't know how much of this, like these tokens are they just chits, or are they not just chits, or they would?
These would be wood, and these would be screen printed wood. So
and then these guys.
What's that?
These guys here.
Yeah, they'd all be thick wood with a screen print on it.
Wooden tokens. And then, your hammers.
They'd be little pieces of wood as well.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
I've got the
Evan would probably be the best person to ask because he's gone through the process.
Yeah, I mean, I know how much it costs to produce. I've gone through the quoting. I'm just curious, just from a perspective, how much would you pay for a game like this?
Oh, how much would
Yeah.
you pay? Okay.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you
I know
did
how much
you
it costs.
did you include costs to ship?
That's pre-shipping. I have my quote pre-shipping.
Yeah.
The shipping, you know, if we make the game next year, then I have no idea what shipping will be.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows?
Like if you're talking landed costs,
Yeah.
I would,
Yeah.
and then like what would I pay for it without shipping through Kickstarter? Just what the costs, the MSRP would be on
If you were to
Kickstarter,
go to
I
a
guess.
board game store, if you were to
Yeah.
go to Barnes and Noble, what would you pay?
Well, I'm looking at, I'm comparing this to some of, I usually get things in the $40 to $50 range, but every once in a while I go a little bit bigger and I get a Roxley game that's like
Mm-hmm.
80, 90 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But that jump is quite significant in what you're getting. Like Roxley's current game, it's crazy what they're
Yeah.
giving you for what you're getting. Like the price seems amazing to me.
For the
It's
Skyrise game?
Yeah, like the number of minis and the yeah, I don't know actually even how they're doing that.
I think that's gonna change.
But like for me, I would say this is probably around 60 is what I would max out for. I don't know what the quote is, but again, I'm not sitting here counting everything up either.
No, and that's, I was looking between 55 to 60, so just you guys seeing and saying that, it's fine. It works.
One question before Evan goes on. Or one note. This is what I was talking about when I was looking at like equalizing stuff.
Yeah.
These do not seem to be equal to me. The amount of stuff that you need to have, the stars that you need, the cost that you have to pay. You got 3 and 3, so really it's a difference of 6 wood, but you got 2 gems, and then you're still getting 6 victory points and 8 gold for each one. Seems
look
like
like
this one should.
I have it in a spreadsheet, and this does not look like it mathed out props. So I probably have a calculation that didn't drag down properly. So
Okay.
you're right; those are definitely not equal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sam says you could use a river with a set amount of gold you receive for contracts that haven't been taken for a while. So kind of like, river like poker.
It's also like Architects of the West Kingdom, and you can pay a certain amount of money to go further along the line.
Stamped Anvil Deluxe version, $500.
Stamped Anvil Deluxe.
Okay,
Yeah.
is everybody
All right,
ready?
Evan, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
So,
Pretty soon we need to let Wes go to bed
yes.
too.
Like I was saying, to me, this looks like expansion. The trading post and the market, I think, need to be joined in. But also, I think that's an opportunity to bring in the guilds into another kind of like multi-use spot. Let me just paint a picture of kind of like the way I see this flowing a little more smoothly. Is you've got your
resources.
You've got your resource spots. You've got your like, stuff about town. Like trading some resources and visiting the guilds.
Yeah.
And then you've got your getting contracts, right? And so that's 2 decks. You've got your guild deck, which when you go on, when you're getting a guild card here, the guild card is like part of how you're figuring out how to get the resources that you need, right? Because you already kind of have that going on at the top.
Yeah.
You've already got those in there. So you've got 2 decks down here. Actually, it's 3 decks, right? You've got the developments, the contracts, and the guilds. So you've got 3 decks, and next to those 3 decks, you have 3 face-up cards, right? so that people can be planning while it's not their turn. And I think that's especially compelling for the guild deck, but I think it's compelling for all three decks. Because then I'm looking, especially if we're just set collecting those guilds, and that's just a strategic choice. If I'm looking, along here and I'm like, ooh, man, if Jack grabs another guild card, he's going to get 20 victory points at the end, because that's of those three, one of those is one he doesn't already have, right? So I'm going to go take this action right here, swipe that one, because I need the steal anyway. So I'll go ahead and grab the steal, and that'll give me my third one for 9 points. But I just totally screwed him over, right?
Yeah. That also moves the AP out of your hand.
Yes.
And out of your turn and onto the market.
Right.
So you can be thinking about it between your turns.
Right.
Because the whole draw two, pick one
yes.
slowed down gameplay a lot.
Yes.
In a lot of places.
It always does, yeah. And I know it's a really popular mechanic, but
it is.
For whatever reason, obviously this is my view of what would make this work a lot better. Obviously, you're your own game designer. Maybe this isn't what you want, but this is kind of what I would picture here. And then you kind of collapse. You collapse all of.
A lot more intuitive for me too.
Yeah.
Just FYI.
You collapse all of this functionality into the guilds, the trading post, and the market. You just collapse it all into this area, and the bonuses that are up on top of these. And you collapse all of these things with some bonuses based on the one that you focus on for grabbing these suckers. And I burn it all down. I would collapse these two in a way, because to me they are not effectively different, right? Am I making a tool or am I making an equipment? I mean, okay, sure, but effectively, why are those separate? So and I would just combine those into one deck that is the developments, and then some capacity to make tools and or equipment, and obviously this guy is better at doing those things. So then you got your three decks. You've got some biros. This gives you some agency over what's going on. This gives you some player interaction. This gives you some turn planning before it's your turn, and it takes some of the time out of mid-turn. And then, this one, whether you decide to have it as an expansion or just in the game, could be the fourth one with 3 face up, giving you an enticement as to why you might do that. And then, hold on, where am I? Trading post is rough. Get a graphic designer. Clockwise. Oh yeah, the clockwise versus turn order. Trevor already got you on that. Just pick one and do that. Don't make me clockwise at any point if there's a different turn order.
Yeah.
Guilds. Right. Yeah. The buy row, and they give you bonuses. Collapse all 3 contracts, developments. Yep. And guilds, buildings, and conventions. Yes. Contracts. I mocked up some versions of what these worker placement spots would look like as a conjoined thing, but you could figure that out if you decided to do that. Guild as set collection. I think both Jack and Trevor already kind of got you on that one. Bonuses on the guilds, yes. Asymmetrical starting stuff and boot us along a little faster, yes. Okay, 6 decks down to 3, yes. Okay, so forging, right? We want to funnel everything into forging. So some of these things that everybody's talked about will help that. And you have a couple of options, right? You can either, and I do hate adding phases to a game. Usually I want to rip phases out of a game, slash and burn it. But you could have, your guy can go do a thing, and then at the end of the round, everybody forges. right? And if you've got the forge, you can do 2 cards, and if you don't, you can do 1 card or whatever. Or you can just forge whatever the heck you can forge, right? With the resources you've got, just let people do good things. That's one possibility, right? And then at the beginning of the round, I don't know, whatever. You could do that extra phase. It's a little janky. Or you could do the thing that Jack and Trevor were talking about, where there's a way to put him out here and then get him back. But you have to make that choice and make that plan, which is probably more interesting. You just have to make sure that people are able to use this blacksmith, once or twice in a round, and make it feasible to do that, but still gain some benefit for him out here.
Right.
Because I actually really like how you've kind of changed up the regular worker placement kind of look and feel with, these blacksmiths being better.
Yeah.
He can choose either side.
Super worker type of guy.
Yeah, super worker. Like I really enjoy that, and I think it's super cool. When he goes out, and does his stuff, people are like, oh, I'm dealing with the actual blacksmith here, not just some random assistant, right? Like I need to give this person a better deal or whatever, right? Because he knows people. He makes swords for the king, or whatever. He made the captain of the guard's shield, whatever. I really like that mechanic, so I'd hate to lose him from up here. But also he needs to be here forging stuff in this game. So whether it's a separate phase or
that's another area where, like, the only time I pulled a training card was to try to get one of my assistants to be able to forge.
right.
And knowing that that's in there, it was like,
right.
Man, that feels OP. But like when you combine it with everything else, it's not.
Right.
So that definitely does make. I really like your point, Evan, about this being expansion material.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or maybe 2 assistants can forge a card, or who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? You have to
2
make that available.
Go out into town and can find the blacksmith and bring him back. Yeah.
And then it was a little heavier than your game's a little heavier than it looks, but not by a lot. So I don't think you're gonna like throw a ton of people off, right? I don't think people are gonna look at the box and be like, "Oh, it's gonna be a light family game." So I don't think there's a big issue there. It's just a touch heavier than it looks, but that's fine. As far as like expectation versus play match, I think that's fine. Worker placement at different player counts. You already mentioned that you're not there yet as far as like figuring out how it's different for 2-player versus 4-player. That's fine as long as it's in the back of your brain. You don't have to figure that out right now. Just make sure the experience is what you want it to be at the various player counts. That's most of my stuff. Yeah. So this is kind of like, I've outlined kind of my thought process on what's going on here. Obviously, there are reasons I'm saying these things, so hopefully you can look through just me telling you what to do and see the reasons behind what I'm saying, and then actually address those things instead of just maybe blindly doing what I'm saying. Because obviously, that's not the feedback that people typically like, but that's just how my brain does it. I'm bad at figuring out the actual reasons.
The main thing is me understanding what you didn't like about the game.
Yes.
By you telling me what you would change, I know what you don't like.
Yeah, perfect.
I would change it somewhere in between. I would
do
something.
Yeah, perfect. But overall, and I don't think we've ever done playtesting together. So I'm really good at telling people what I would do and what I didn't like. But I always try to remember to circle, because I'm very like problem solving focused. I always forget to circle back around and be like, dude, this game's awesome. Like I love the Matt just disconnected. Oh no, that was a while ago. Okay. Oh, you were erasing vector lines. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, I thought he went to bed. I really love, the thematics. the mechanisms. I really like I said, the beefy worker going out and doing stuff better. I actually really like these blue cards, and I like these. I love tableau building and engine building with stuff, and so to me that's really engaging. And so you saw my strategy was you know
Yeah.
pimp out the tableau and then run the engine. Um, you know, and so I enjoyed doing that, and I was like, oh, this game works like I expected it to, in that way, and you've got a lot of things working really well here, um, I'm really excited for you for this game. Um, yeah, graphic design needs a re kind of
That all comes where
a relook.
when I get
Yeah.
yeah, when the mechanics are solidified,
Yes.
then
Yeah.
then I can pay somebody to actually do it.
Yes.
This is all
Yes.
just me messing around with
Yeah.
tools.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think there's something else, because I always try to think of like, I know this is an art, game design, but it's also a product, and you've got nice art and the theme is really cool, but I think there's something else you can be doing. Just like Jack, it's the doves, man, it's the doves. There's something else you can be doing with this, right? Instead of just moving those blocks down. There's something here,
Little Monopoly pieces that
you've
fit in a little
got
slide.
you've got this board and you've got these things that are slotting down. Like right now, you're like, oh, I built the thing and now this new ability happens and I get these points. I feel like there's some opportunity here to really delve
Or
into
little like chunky, like it's like my daughter loves these chunky puzzles where you like pull out the ostrich and it fits the little ostrich spot.
yeah.
You have that where you put the little forge in, you're building it,
Yeah.
forging it.
Yeah, but even mechanically, right? Like make it cool, fun, fiddly, but also something more interesting mechanically. Just
You're
because
talking about double use.
yeah, maybe it's just like when I pick up this piece and I chonk it down, yeah, I unlocked a little ability, and maybe that's cool. Like down here, it's kind of lame unless I have a card that needs it. Like some of these. Well, actually, this one's really cool, but like a couple of these are just like, oh, some cards need it. Um, it just feels like you can be doing more with what's on the player board there, like just a little bit more engaging. Some cool little like, I mean, the gimmick basically, like some cool thing that you're doing or working towards. It's more than just a point, a first 2 point track thing. But yeah, I think
Scythe does a good job with that. I know some people like Scythe, some people hate it, but
yeah,
their best thing about that game is your tableau, because when you bring something down, you're making something better up top, and you're balancing and trying to find a way to mimic without stealing that in a game like this.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly that, but I think there's an opportunity here on these boards, to really do something different and a little more engaging with it. But yeah, man, I think it's great. I'm really excited about it and excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, what has it been? Almost 5 hours. So I really appreciate you guys spending so much time with me. I mean, that's a lot of time of your day to play and let me know what you think about a game. But it's been fantastic, and whatever I glean from it will only make it better.
Cool, awesome, man.
Wes, thanks for being on with us. It was fantastic to play your game. Really beautiful. I mean,
yeah,
the amount of work and time that you have put into this really shines through. And I wish you the best here. I hope that I see this game on my shelf someday, because it belongs there. So
thanks for showing us, Wes. It's honestly, I'm not a heavy gamer, and like I said, I would play this again anytime.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
Cool. Thanks, Wes. Yeah, and that's it.
Awesome. Thanks to everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
Mostly Sam. Oh, speaking of Card Kingdoms of Valeria, you know that Levi Moat was a part of the publisher that published that, right?
Yeah, you told me he was part of
Yeah.
what was it, Daily Magic?
Daily Magic, yeah.
Yeah, that's I might have to fanboy a little bit when I meet him.
It'll be on next week, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again,
Awesome.
Wes. We're really
Cool.
glad to have you.
All right.
Evan, no, I'll have to beat you, I guess, at the next game we play.
Did I win the last one?
Yeah, I think you did.
We
All right.
started the scoreboard.
All right, I will end the live stream. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks,
Hope
Trevor.
you gained something useful out of watching this. Good night.
Nate.
Stop streaming.
People want to.
We're streaming again. How can people find more info and maybe play test this game with you, or just get on a mailing list for when it's eventually coming out or anything like that?
So you can email fundamentalgames@icloud.com. You can find me on Facebook, Fundamental Games, or Wes Woodbury. I'm on all kinds of board gaming outlets on there, so I'm sure if you haven't seen one of my annoying posts already, I'm sure you will now. So
Awesome.
Cool. Awesome.
All right.
Thanks again, Wes.
thanks.
Thanks, Wes.
All right. Bye, everybody.